right, welcome to Young Turks coverage of the last presidential debate here. Thank God. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, Benjamin Dixon, Michael Schur will join us from the field later. First, Anna and Ben, welcome guys. How are you?
Doing great. Glad to be here. The final one.
Yes.
Rock and roll.
Okay, good. All right, so first of all, guys, we were of course supposed to have 3 presidential debates, but Donald Trump got coronavirus, and when they said, no, that's okay, we'll do a second debate anyway, it'll just have to be a virtual debate. Trump said, no, I want to spread my coronavirus to Joe Biden, as well as the 34 other Republicans I spread it to inside the White House. And they said, no, we're not gonna let you try to kill your opponent. Then of course, Trump tried to get his attorney general and the FBI director to arrest his opponent. None of that has worked, and that is why he's down by, at a minimum, 8 points nationwide, and he's in a cold sweat panic. So this, I want to talk more about the polls in a second, but this debate is being conducted for a couple of categories of Americans. One is brain dead Americans who cannot tell the difference between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. 2, people who hate news and politics. They can tell the difference between Biden and Trump, but they just haven't paid any attention to it. It's, we almost have no time left before the election. This is the only thing they're gonna watch, and they're gonna hate it. They're thinking about watching Thursday Night Football instead, but they're just gonna peek in and then make up their mind between Biden and Trump. And there's probably a third category, but I'm not sure what it is, because if you haven't made up your mind about Donald Trump, you probably don't have much of a mind to make up. So most folks are very, very clear. But look, actually, let me be fair. There's a third category of people, which is people who've been Republicans probably their whole life, who are now teetering on the edge. They love being a Republican, it's part of their identity. But they're looking at Trump and they're like, God, he looks like a fascist. He talks like a fascist. He might be a fascist. And or fill in the blank, racist, awful person, totally incompetent. Forget all those. Like unbelievably incompetent and might endanger your health and well-being and perhaps even your life. And those guys are peeking in to see, should I do it? Should I this one time vote for a Democrat, even though it's going to ruin my whole outfit? I already got the R on the helmet and on the pom-poms. So I don't believe there's a single person who's considering voting for Biden, but wants to look at this debate to see if Trump's gonna make a good point. I might be exaggerating, but not by much. There might be 12 people in the whole country who think that. All right, that's my sense of it. Ben, what's your take on it?
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Cenk. I think that if anyone hasn't made up their mind, but at this point, I think they probably are just trying to get on Frank Luntz's panel that he always has after every debate of undecided voters. Because at this point, if you paid any attention whatsoever, you have already decided if you're going to stick with Donald Trump, despite 220,000 Americans dying of COVID-19 because of his reckless handling of it, or you're going to say we got to get rid of this guy and we had to put somebody else in there. So at this point, if they haven't made up their minds, I think it's performative at best.
Yeah, actually, it's funny you mentioned Frank Luntz because he had a really devastating quote earlier today where he said, if Donald Trump wins, we should end all polling because it apparently means nothing. And the reason he's saying that is because all polling indicates he will get annihilated in this election. So if he wins, despite that, there's something so wrong with the polling, it's useless. And of course, that's not the case. But anyway, go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, so I think it really depends on how people interpret the polling, because I think that's a little bit of an issue as well. Like people keep talking about how Biden is doing nationally, and that's all fine and dandy, but what matters is how he's performing in some of these battleground states. That's where I start getting a little uncomfortable, because in some of these battleground states, even though he's leading in some of these cases, he's within the margin of error, right? So that's part of the reason why I don't like getting overly confident, and I don't like focusing too much on how well Biden's doing nationally. You got to look at how he's doing in these battleground states as well. And it's always a bad idea to get overly confident even then, because people in those polls say who they're going to vote for, assuming they're going to make the effort to vote. You also have to account for people who say they're gonna vote, but then don't end up voting. That's one of the other issues I have with this polling.
Yeah, not buying it. So let me explain why.
Okay.
So all the things you say are true, of course. And here
they are.
I'll further your point. In a combination of polls, Trump has retaken the lead in Ohio. Okay, so that's interesting and disturbing. Now, the reason why I'm not buying it overall, even though everything you say is factual, is because the lead is still too large. Okay, so we've shown that a Democrat can win a national election by 2 points at the outer edge, maybe even 3 points, and still lose the Electoral College. And okay, and add in throwing out some of the mail-in ballots, add in voter suppression, add in everything, right? And you get the 5 points. But beyond that, it's just too big a landslide. So at this point, Biden has an 8-point lead nationally in a combination of the polls that includes total junk polls like Trafalgar and Rasmussen, which just go, yeah, Trump by 17, yeah, that's what we think, right? I mean, it's absurd.
Leading by 17?
Yeah, I'm kidding. It's hyperbole, but not by much, okay? Trafalgar is nowhere near the other polls. They're off by 10, 15 points.
I don't even know, what is that? I've never even heard of that in my life.
It's a right-wing polling operation that's just silly. And they're trying to make it seem like Trump has a chance so that if Trump wants to steal the election, he can say, well, I mean, Trafalgar said I was winning by 1 in Ohio, right? So that's the point. And Rasmussen is not much better, but Trafalgar is so absurd that they make Rasmussen look moderate. And by the way, those two are way worse than Fox News' polls. So, I mean, they give you a sense of the spectrum. So anyway, 8 points is landslide by any definition. But if you say nationally it doesn't matter, of course it's state by state, but that trickles down to all the states. So hence, Joe Biden still has a comfortable lead in North Carolina. So look, we got all these things and oh my God, there's hubbub and what's gonna happen and the militias and the mail-in ballots, etc. But there's also an excellent chance that early on election night, we tell you, Joe Biden has won the state of North Carolina. This election's over, instantly over, gone, done. Because there is no scenario where Biden wins North Carolina and Trump not only wins, but doesn't get landslided. There is no scenario where North Carolina does not equal landslide. And so, look, Trump has to win Ohio, okay, all right, you throw in Trafalgar, Fox News, etc., and he's in a combination of the polls, including the other legitimate polls. Okay, Trump's up by a little bit in Ohio if you look at Real Clear Politics today. But Biden still has the lead in Florida. Trump has to win Ohio, Florida. He has to win all of Arizona, North Carolina. He has to hold those, obviously Georgia, Texas. He has to hold all those. And then on top of that, he then has to go win either Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. He's way down in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So that's why Frank Luntz says, if Trump wins and it's legitimate, then polling means nothing because the polling indicates he's gonna get crushed. And guys, I wanna say one other thing. Look, I'm the last person to tell you guys to get complacent. My hair was on fire in 2016. We've gone over that a million times, right? And don't get complacent. He wins if you vote. If you don't vote, he doesn't win, obviously, right? Now, having said that, there's so many other factors going on his side, which I'll get to later in the night. But guys, the reason why we have to make it clear that Biden has a massive lead is because if Trump tries to cheat, he's gonna pretend the race was close. And the race ain't close. The top Republican pollster in the country is saying he's gonna get obliterated, right? So when we say the race is close, which isn't true, we could be potentially helping Trump's talking point after the election if he's going to try to steal it. And at this point, stealing it is basically, definitively his best chance. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's gonna have to jump in there pretty with a significant plan to steal this. When you consider how many people have voted early, how many mail-in ballots we have, like records are being broken all across the country, and a lot of people are circumventing the plan of the Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys, Roger Stone, and the 2020 version of the Brooks Brothers riots that they've been planning. They've circumvented that by doing a lot of early voting. So I think even with all of Donald Trump's best shenanigans that he has laid out, I don't think he's going to be able to overcome the early voting if people continue early voting, like you mentioned, Jane.
Yeah, and I'll go further. Look, in 2016, about 136 million people voted. Right now, the analysis shows that over 150 million people are going to vote in this election. Okay, minimum is the lowest end of the range is 144 million. Okay, now remember, Trump won by this much, by a minuscule amount, 78,000 people in 3 states. 39,000 of them flip and he loses it. 39,000 in a country of 330 million people is nothing. It's never been that microscopic before. And so overall in the country. Okay, so he won, this is my favorite fact about the 2016 election. He won 81% of the white evangelical vote, but most importantly, 85% of white evangelicals showed up to vote in 2016. Okay, so let's say 95%. By the way, 85% is a preposterous record. I mean, that's unbelievable that 85% of any demographic would show up to vote. And he won them overwhelmingly. And he still squeaked it out. But this time, even if 105% of white evangelicals showed up and they all voted for Trump, he'd still lose because the voter turnout, my point about the voter turnout is that the Republicans and Trump are great at getting their side to turn out. They're gonna turn out. Don't get complacent about that. There's no question the Republicans are gonna turn out, right? But the massive increase in voter turnout indicates more Democrats are turning out, because that's not guaranteed. That doesn't normally happen. So how is the guy who won by a 78,000 vote margin going to overcome 8 to 12 to 15 million extra voters? It just, and okay, so I'll say, look, let's talk about his brief surge for a second. So this did not get really commented on much at all by the press, but Trump had a little bit of a bump up over the last week or so, right? My theory on that is that people saw him recover from coronavirus and they're like, some that are independent, some that are undecided, looked at it and went, oh, maybe he was right about coronavirus not being a big deal. He's 74 years old, he recovered really easily. Maybe he was right? And maybe they're overhyping it, maybe I'll go to Trump, right? The problem with Trump is he can't help himself. All he's done since then is continue to punch himself in the face. Walking out of the 60 Minutes interview, looking like an idiot, handing in 1,000 pages that are all blank as his healthcare plan. Not, just being wild in every imaginable way, demanding that his opponent be arrested over and over and over again. So if you really are an independent, you're not MAGA, you gotta be thinking, really? Do we really want to arrest Joe Biden before the election? So whatever momentum he might have had that he could have used there, I think as usual, he's bungled it because he's a serial bungler. So look, let me ask you guys this. Turning to the debate now. What do you expect from tonight? We know that they're going to mute the mics of the person not answering the 2-minute window, right? Is Trump going to try to shout past the dead mic? He probably doesn't even know what that means, although it's about TV, so that's the one thing he might know. Although I have some amazing stories that I'm not authorized to say, but anyway, that was a weird cryptic response. But all right,
yeah.
No, I know something that a source told me that he didn't tell me that I could say, so I can't say it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thanks for letting us know about that.
Yeah, I know. But like basically, even on TV, I can say this. Even on TV, he doesn't even know what equipment is what. You have no idea how low his IQ is. So Ben, what do you expect tonight from the debate?
I'm actually hoping that he does try to scream over a dead mic and that the camera is still focused on him, because I think that's just the next level in his absurdity. And it actually, it backfires on him because he robs Joe Biden of the opportunity to have a gaffe. And for better or for worse, Joe Biden has always been a gaffe machine. But with Donald Trump trying to dominate the conversation, he really robs him of it. And if the microphone is cut off on top of that, then it's going to be quite the spectacle to see on television.
Yeah, Ben, I hadn't thought of the visual component of that. Like this angry old man yelling at Joe Biden as he's trying to answer the questions, or participate in the debate. I mean, knowing Donald Trump, I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to do that. The thing that I am actually a little worried about, though, is while we might not be able to hear Donald Trump attempt to interrupt Joe Biden as he's answering questions, Joe Biden can hear him. And so I'm worried that it's going to distract him. He's not very good at debating. I mean, he's known for that. He's notorious for that. And so I'm just worried that it's going to distract him as he's trying his best to, answer the questions from his perspective and provide, reasons for why he would be better for Donald Trump. So we'll see how it plays out. What I do know is that Donald Trump during these debates is especially amped up. He's very aggressive. He's, as we know, very thin-skinned, and lately he's been furious with people around him who have been refusing to announce these sham investigations into the Bidens. He's angry at his FBI director, Christopher Wray. He's angry with his own attorney. He's disappointed with his attorney general, William Barr. So he's on edge right now, and I'm really curious to see how it's gonna play out, because I think if the first debate was bad in terms of his own behavior, I think this debate is probably gonna be worse because he's super salty about the fact that their mics are gonna be cut off as the other person is talking. Like, he hates that. So we'll see what he's gonna try to pull tonight.
Yeah. So they've of course already attacked the moderator preemptively. Because why not? Because all they ever do is cry, right? It's just nonstop crying. The moderator's unfair to me. I'm a Fox News moderator, but even he was unfair to me. Okay, all right. I don't know how long he's gonna keep crying. So the answer is forever.
It's so embarrassing.
Yeah, I do know.
So alpha male.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, Joe, you guys are betas, we're alphas. That's why we cry all the time. This is so unfair to me. All right, anyways. As you can tell, our debate coverage is a little different than cable news. And I'm gonna thank you guys because you're putting it together in a second. But I also want to tell you about a debate surprise that Trump unleashed just a little while ago. But look, we're on everywhere, including Twitch. And so I want to thank folks who gifted subs to other people, because what a wonderful community we have. Lieutenant Mac McGee gave 30 subs. That's amazing. Obi Mom Kenobi is a legend. She gave another sub today. And Kinna Wolf, which is badass, gave 2 subs. So you can check us out on Twitch at twitch.tv/TYT. I'm gonna read some quick upgrades here. The upgrades are fun. On YouTube channel membership, you hit the join button below to either get a membership or upgrade it. So Mommy Pearl, Rosie Karuna, Stephen Ficky, Shelly Goldenberg, Utter Bullspit, Lil Tunechi Mohamed, all upgraded. So you're awesome. And that's gonna help you later tonight because we have a post game at the very end of the analysis where we give extra to our members because they make this show possible. I'll read more of those names as we go along. Now, the debate surprise is they brought in a Biden business associate. That's what they claim. Who knows? Maybe it's Trump's cousin. No one, although Trump's cousins hate him too. So I don't know who it is. But he's now claiming that, oh yeah, Biden and Hunter Biden and his brother and the other dude Bob and everybody had this secret deal with China and he knows all about it. The good news is that Trump is such a notorious pathological liar that I think the entire country, including MAGA, are like, oh, that's obviously a lie. But anyway, oh yeah, let's come on. Oh yeah, Biden with the Chinese, right? So
it's so dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I comment on that real quick? Trump, I mean, if you just focus on what he's doing strategy-wise in this campaign, you realize he has no other tricks up his sleeve. Like, he's a one-trick pony. Everything that he did in 2016, he's just trying to mirror in 2020. Right. So remember, in one of the debates, Donald Trump brought on in the audience women who had accused Bill Clinton of some terrible stuff. And so this is, his attempt at doing something similar with Joe Biden. He's been calling Joe Biden a criminal without articulating in any way what type of criminal activity Biden has engaged in. He just keeps saying that Biden's corrupt. Okay, well, fine, Biden's corrupt. How? What exactly are you referring to when you say he's corrupt? Because it's very easy to point to specific examples of all the ways in which Donald Trump is corrupt, right? And look, if you want to be fair, you can point to campaign cash, the fact that Biden has taken money from big dollar donors, but that's what Trump has done as well. So what way is Biden corrupt, and how is he more corrupt than you are? How is there more nepotism toward his son than how you've treated your own family members? They're serving in the White House as we speak. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, the whole narrative coming from Trump and all the tricks that he's trying to pull right now are very similar to what he did in 2016. And I think, look, for me personally, I'm fatigued. I'm tired of all of this stuff. Like, I'm tired of tonight, but it's my job. I'm gonna talk about it. I'm gonna share my thoughts. I'm gonna do me, right? But overall, I think the American people who don't have to cover this debate are sick of this stuff, and they just want to go back to normalcy. I think that's where the majority of the appeal is for Biden, unfortunately. But other than that, I think people are just tired and they want some leadership. I think that's what people want at the end of the day.
Yeah, so of course, Donald Trump has a secret Chinese bank account. So whatever he accuses Biden of, he of course has done it himself, but 10 times worse in reality. And Obama pointed that out in his one rally for Biden. Anyway, we'll get back to that in a second. And then before we take the break, let me just tell you two other fun things. Frank Luntz, again, the top Republican pollster, said the Hunter Biden strategy is one of the worst political strategies he's ever seen. He's like, it's not moving the numbers at all. No one cares. This is not like a, hey, I'm offended by it. No, I'm looking at the numbers. No one cares. You're randomly attacking his son that has nothing to do with anything. It's such a bad strategy. Even Mike Huckabee, who's a total Trump loyalist, came out and was like, why are we talking about Hunter Biden?
Yeah. You know why it's a bad strategy? Because look, Biden has lost two of his children. Two of his children have died, and the only child that remains is Hunter Biden. And I think most people get grossed out when the family members of politicians get targeted. You get what I'm saying? And it's particularly disgusting when Hunter Biden is being attacked by Trump and his cronies specifically for political purposes, with the full knowledge that Biden has gone through these tragedies with his two other children in the past. Like, the whole thing is gross, and I think it does turn a lot of people off.
Yeah, just to be perfectly accurate, he still has Ashley Biden is still alive as well. So he's two kids that are alive, two that have passed away. Okay, that's all right. We got to take a break, guys. When we come back, some more important points right before the speech or the debate, and in the debate we're gonna do play-by-play. So share the stream, like the stream, it makes a big difference, and let's all watch this together. And I get what Anna's saying about some people are tired of it, right? But wouldn't it be amazing, and it is very likely, that this is the last time that we're gonna see Trump in a debate or in a political arena? That's exciting. Okay, all right, we'll be right back.
50 students who made this thing happen here at Belmont University. And I'm so grateful to them. Thank you, and thank all the Belmont volunteers for what you've done here. And finally, I have to say this. I've prayed enough about this happening that it'd be totally disingenuous if I didn't.
We're the 4th news network, and you know we keep it real. No matter how large or small the contribution, you help us beat the billionaires and all the other media outlets by going to tyt.com/go.
They're afraid of me when I jog.
They're afraid of me when I drive.
They're afraid of me.
They're afraid of me.
They're afraid of us when we kneel.
But they're even more afraid.
But they're even more afraid.
But they're even more afraid when we own our own businesses.
When we build.
When we support each other.
When we vote.
When we vote.
When we vote.
If black men vote at the rate we did in 2012, we could change the election.
Defend. Defend.
Defend the black vote.
For more information, go to defendtheblackvote.org.
Do democracy. Vote. You got it. Use it.
Vote. Demand democracy. Advocate for criminal, social, and environmental justice for all.
Engage in democracy.
Run for office.
You can be mayor, governor, president. Just run. Democracy is powered by people like you and me. Vote. Advocate. Engage. Visit naacp.org or text DEMAND to 40649 for more information.
All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Rob Shively. What do you know? Rob says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me, or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Jenkins Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's his handle.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
A vote is a voice.
A voice is power. A voice not spoken cannot be heard.
A voice not heard
soon goes silent.
I have a voice.
You have a voice.
Together, we are loud.
If you stand for anything,
raise your voice.
Power not used.
It's power lost.
Power not shared.
It's not democracy. I have power.
You have power.
What matters to you must matter to them.
Claim your power.
A vote not counted
cannot make a change.
A vote suppressed
is a voice silenced.
I have a vote.
You have a vote.
Let's have them counted.
For America to share your values.
Use your vote.
Your voice.
Your power.
Your vote.
All right, back on the Young Turks coverage of the presidential election. So the guy that they brought on, obviously Cenk Uygur, Kasparian, Benjamin Dixon. We're going to be joined by Michael Schur a little bit later from the field. Anyway, the guy they brought on right before the debate to say that Hunter Biden and Joe Biden are corrupt and are working with the Chinese. It's a guy named Tony Bobulinski, and he was framed as a guy who worked with Joe Biden and was Joe Biden's business partner of a sort. You read into it, you're gonna be shocked to find out that's not the case. It turns out that he was dealing with Hunter Biden, and I'll remind folks that that was at a point when Hunter Biden was going through addiction issues, right? So now they bring out the guy that was with Hunter when he was going through those issues, and they're like, Bobulinski over here. Tony says Hunter and Joe they had a deal. There was a deal with the Chinese. Oh, okay. Did Rudy Giuliani also back it up? Anyway.
You know what? Let's also not forget that attacking Hunter Biden for his addiction issues might seem like an old school political trick that would work, but we're still grappling with an opioid epidemic, right? So there are a lot of people, many of whom are the type of voters who would support like someone like Donald Trump, right? Who probably don't like that kind of messaging, demonizing people who are struggling with serious addiction. I don't know, that's just my take. I could be wrong on that, but it's just attacking your political opponent's son because of his, issues with addiction is just not really a well-played strategy, especially right now when we're dealing with an epidemic. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's 100% right. All right, look, as soon as it's it's 9 o'clock Eastern. As soon as the debate starts, we will go to it and we're going to do play-by-play of it. And by the way, like and share the stream. There's a lot of ways that people can watch the debate, but there's only one way that they're going to get play-by-play from a progressive channel that's going to tell you the truth and about everything that both sides are saying, right? So. Sorry, John won't be on tonight to eat popcorn while watching, but Dragon Squad is representing nonetheless, and we'll do some reactions in the breaks when there's a quick little break, 3-5 second break. Throughout, and then at the end, of course, analysis of what you just saw. Now, before the debate starts, let me thank the people who put it on, put this show on, which is you guys. These are folks who just signed up for YouTube channel membership by hitting the join button below. Sarah K, Dyrus J, Matthew Dillard, Stephen Fickey, Jimmy Trash, Renee Brown, Charles Cantrell, Here's Dingens, Beth Rose, Rob Shively, Kim Rickman, Ali Leja, Linda Medina, Zachary Bosanet, Gosselin, Jordan Watkins, Deanna Leonard, Catherine Rodier, Jeff Creel, and Patrick the Butcher. Okay, so even the butcher's in the house and we're all ready to go. All my rowdy friends are here on a Thursday night. And we'll try to read more of your names as the night goes on. If you're not watching on YouTube, tyt.com/join. You become a member, you support the show, you get our message out there, you make our voice louder. Plus, you get our extra post-game coverage, including the one we're gonna do after the debate as well. And one thing else that I got to tell you guys about is that we are trying to keep Young Turks healthy and sustainable. The other way that we're doing that is through our fundraising drive that's happening this year. So it's at tyt.com/go. We were trying to get $70,000 by the end of tonight. I think the last we checked in, we were around 67,500. I will give you an update on that as we go. But if you like what we're saying, if you like having a progressive beacon out there in the media, fighting back against the rest of the corporate media, and being unapologetically progressive, then we're your Huckleberry, and we all do this together. So when you contribute at tyt.com/go, that means you're one of the Young Turks. All right, so I'm surprised it hasn't started yet. I think it's gonna start any second now. But I think, guys, the only possible thing in here, I'll knock on wood, that could make a difference tonight is if Joe Biden has some sort of health issue. But Anna, you said he was not known for being a good debater. He's actually known as a medium level debater, a 6 or a 7, not a 5 or a 4.
Listen, Cenk, Epic Politics man himself said that Joe Biden is known for not being a good debater. So if Michael Shore says it, it must be true. Well, and from what I've seen, he's not that great of a debater. Let's just keep it real, come on.
Yeah, we have diversity of opinions here, and Michael Shore, his longtime hero in politics has been Joe Biden. So I hear you on that. All right, let's go to Kristen Welker here, the moderator of the debate.
University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump.
The audience is ecstatic that they were not at the first debate where Donald Trump was spreading coronavirus. They're happy that they got a ticket to the third debate instead. All right. I'm looking forward to what Trump's strategy here is. By the way, clue,
and I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that. But I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators, we're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day. And there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
Goggles,
Trump,
what the hell is goggles?
Follow up with you and your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, because
company
this is
that makes
new
goggles,
information.
they're doing very well.
The vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular that's the head of logistics, and this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine, and we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no plan.
We're going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe. But China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And
he's not in charge.
He ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way, every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
He's 4 years behind you in becoming president. It's true.
Because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about don't worry, it's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half.
You did. That's why we call you Bunker.
And because
exactly
every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families, every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And, I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9% of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning.
Good line.
That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch out of habit where their wife or husband is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he has never said, you said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And
That's not taking responsibility.
That he came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry, the warm weather. Don't worry, maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly did.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handling
He thought I shouldn't have closed the border. Well, that's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap at his golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the nation, but they need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up. more social distancing. Do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums. Do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about
Trump
schools.
looks like he's ready to blow.
I have to respond if I might.
Please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but would they need resources to open? You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. So don't worry about it.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's
came to play.
It's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump,
when you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed, and they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony, but he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us. Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we find out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're
the
going
Wall
to
Street
move
one,
on.
I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it. You have raised a lot of money.
He does, but so do you. Big time.
And
Big
every
league.
time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money as president and as somebody that knows most of those people. I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Don't tell me about Wall Street.
Average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's talking to them a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that Everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question, why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the
Just
question.
like
You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife. And you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million. And, you know, someday you're going to have to explain, why did you get 3.5? I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that. And through John,
you're the president,
who was fantastic, DNI, he said the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose because there has been nobody tougher to Russia between the sanctions. Nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO. You know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30 seconds. And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president, I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid. Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody told you that. Excuse me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes.
It's just not true.
Number one. No. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine.
He got more than $70 million back in a tax refund that he's now being audited for. He's such such a clown.
$3.5 million, Joe. And your son gave you, they even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this. I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because I have a lot of people in there deep down in the IRS. They treat me horribly. We made a deal. It was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you on this.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected.
Non-stop
they spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. $48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent $1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong, because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken. I mean, your brother made money in Iraq, millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned, of a Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing. Number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do, because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had it. The only guy who made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
But could I just one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that.
Like your son, who didn't even join the military?
Vice President, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. $183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the Vice President respond to that quickly, and then I need to get to a question to you.
No basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was opened it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it.
What?
I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president.
That's not true.
Let alone became president.
That's not true.
Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money.
President Trump, thank you. We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China. Up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it. And that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and then we're going to move on to
$1.5 billion from China to manage after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force 2. Number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what specifically are you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going to make them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't come from China.
You know the taxpayer it's called China. China paid $28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it to? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel industry.
Okay, Vice President Biden, your response, please.
My response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making. In the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont, they're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want
That is a
to talk
typical
about
statement.
North Korea.
Excuse me,
I
just
do
for
want
1
to turn
second,
to
please.
10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk
I'm
about
not
North
a typical
Korea now.
politician.
Okay,
That's why I got elected. Let's get off the subject of China. Let's talk sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be dead right now.
President
we
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and
seconds.
I have a good
Thank
relationship.
you. Vice President Biden, to you. North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China.
He wouldn't. Let's just move on.
Because
like,
here's the reason. I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration, when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
They tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds, President.
They tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I got to give him a chance to respond to that before we move on.
And that's okay. You know what?
Because he could have manipulated Obama the way he manipulated you. You look freaking
people don't
clown.
listen. Having a good relationship
Trump,
with leaders of other countries is a good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get to.
He's selling sheets and
We had a
pillows
good
to North Korea.
with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on.
Come on.
The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you, and we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
and it didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's move on and talk about American families.
He left me a mess, Kristen.
President Trump. Okay, we do need to move on.
They left me a mess. North Korea was a mess. And in fact, if you remember the first 2 or 3 months, there was a very dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time, and I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care, far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care, and we're going to do even better.
You've done nothing. Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option. It'll become Biden care. Okay. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now, by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance. The reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I did. Not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions, and all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response to
it's ridiculous. It's like saying that,
I say it's awesome.
That the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think health care is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable health care. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions as well as a whole range of other people who in fact are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick? Because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under. We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump, he was there for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 and
But they did do Obamacare.
It was just a little while ago, right?
Yeah.
Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, I mean, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like you went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way.
But somebody should ask the question.
You can ask.
He goes for a year. There will be no fracking.
We have a number of topics we're going to get to.
That's a big question.
We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized medicine.
I have to respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period. Period.
Say you did the affordable care.
Will in fact provide for that affordable health care. Lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Kristen, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening
public
on Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine, and when he and healthcare. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare. Totally destroying your Social Security. And this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They want to make it work.
Okay, let's let Vice President Biden respond.
It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden,
a very confused guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare? Come on.
He tried to get rid of. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago. Years ago, go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All right, let's move on.
This is the guy that when they announced,
Mr. President, I have to move on to the next question.
They said the stock market will boom if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's move on to the next question very quickly.
Look. The idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more. $700 billion more because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to move on.
401ks are through the roof.
We're going to move on.
Stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before.
Where do you come from, Trump?
And he left.
Where do you come from?
Pennsylvania.
Let me move on to my next question, gentlemen. As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
You know, the Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President.
We made a
Biden,
deal.
because let me ask Vice President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets, so then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they could keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter?
The bill that was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
if I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum wage.
I do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out, too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. It's not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to immigration,
one thing very
but I
quickly,
want
he
to
said
get
we
your
have to
reaction.
help our small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very recently.
We have to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses. How are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour.
$15 an hour, which I think actually should be $20 an hour.
$15 an hour. Is that still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent, but
in a second administration?
In a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad.
They're all different.
In other places, other states, $15 would be
President
ruined.
Trump, thank you. Quick response, Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through
But how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr. President?
they built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them, and then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response.
And you'll separate them from their parents once they get to the border with their parents.
Came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to that?
Did it. We changed.
Did not.
They built the cages.
He's such a liar.
Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking
cages,
about. Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go.
Yep.
Nowhere to go.
545 of them.
It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you about
I will say this.
immigration.
They went
10
down. We
seconds, and
brought
then I need to ask
reporters,
you.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some of them
Gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with
just
their
ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because they made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released, and guess what? They showed up for a hearing. This is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise: why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
so
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move on.
It just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay, President Trump, let's give Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
You don't know the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law. What he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on.
But we don't have
to
to
the
worry
next
about it because they
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about it.
Let's move on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. What I didn't, I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child, when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, just yes sir, no sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. Well, guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they kept never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform, Obama and Joe, didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this
opportunity zones.
Opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs.
Rich developers
tremendous
destroying rent-controlled buildings to build luxury condos. F you and your stupid opportunity zones. I don't even give a crap what he has to say about this. Trash.
After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office.
Trash.
And they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding. And I did. 10-year long-term funding. And I gave them more
long-term funding to real estate developers. Trash.
And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them and they like me and I like them. But I saved historically black colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice Chair.
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is the guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do, and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago, and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because
You're doing nothing. You're helping your cronies.
Because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am. You know who he is. You know his character. You know my character. You know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up. Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up.
If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
Right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody.
President Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race. We're talking about the issue.
From hell.
President Trump, we're talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
I have to respond to that.
Please,
because look, there are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the 5 former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
That's exactly what.
This is where he's going.
Please.
The laptop is Russia.
Gentlemen, I want to stay on the issue of
No one cares about the laptop.
You have to be kidding. Here we go again with Russia.
We're going to continue on the issue of race. Mr. President, you've described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street.
Yeah.
And that was my
happened
first
once, and they should have been chanting about you.
Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
But what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. They can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire.
He's being sarcastic.
Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys. Last time we were on stage here, he said, I told him to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy has a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up.
He made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in?
You said you're Abraham Lincoln.
No, where did that? No. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm saying,
I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black
community. God, it's so embarrassing.
You have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put tens of thousands of black men, mostly, in jail.
All right, let me ask
remember
Vice
it because
President
if you
Biden
look at what's happening with the voting right now,
let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
you treated them very, very badly. Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, their fathers, their uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change the since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done, because I think maybe the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drug. But they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because You're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a lot of it done. We released 38,000. We got 38,000 prisoners left from the.
You got nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released.
What
from
did you get
prison.
done, punk?
There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I just asked one question. Why didn't you do it in the
He just said he did it.
A short time ago. Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress.
No, don't.
Well, you got to talk them into it, Joe.
All right.
You got to talk them into it.
Oh, why didn't you talk Nancy Pelosi into
Joe.
criminal justice reform?
Deflect and talk about his failures.
Gentlemen,
we're
running out of time, so we got to get on to climate change, please. You both have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time.
Privatize public lands.
Joe, I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy.
Putin's not gonna like that.
Out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President Biden.
And we haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change.
You have to keep bailing out your industries.
Global warming is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world, we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit the emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan, because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea idea of what this is all going to do. It's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street, and I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, here
came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan, that his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC plus 3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate.
What is good line
and
of
they're
stuff?
all hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. No. This wasn't done by...
Oh no, okay, we're having a slight issue. We'll get right back to it. But he said, what does that mean when he said about AOC? She has a good line of stuff. I don't know what that means. And he's like, no, it's not.
I think she has a good line of stuff. Long, good line of stuff.
And he was, when he got cut off there for a second, we'll have it right back for you guys. But he was saying they're not having smart people work on it. What, smart people like you? The guy who hides his high school grades, a smart guy like that. So, I mean, who isn't? I can't wait to do the analysis right after the debate. We'll, again, like I said, we'll have it back on in a second. But when he says stuff like, I'm the least racist person in this room, to an African-American moderator. I mean, who doesn't laugh out loud? He's just such a clown. So he's more under control in this debate than he was in the others, but all right, here we go.
Is the electric, solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, $45, $50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump, please respond, and then I have some follow-ups.
We are energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds. It's very intermittent. Wind causes cancer. A lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist
Solar.
Said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful in it yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So it's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
Okay, please move on.
Website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is he's flat lying.
Would you rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer, we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money and doing it, but it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then
He was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination legislation, went to Pennsylvania. Then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking.
Let it go.
No oil on federal land.
Let me ask this final question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they're making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater, the percentage gain, than it was in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the 2 of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it, and I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. Okay. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
Right.
And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice
that.
President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute, chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And there are more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car when there was first frost to drive me to school, turn in the windshield wiper, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them, it matters how you keep them safe. What do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final question.
Would he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close down the oil industry?
By the way, I would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I would
that's
transition.
A big statement.
It is a big statement.
That's
because I would stop.
Why would you do that?
Because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
And here's the deal. But
that's
you can't
a big
do
statement.
That. Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. And I'd stop giving to the oil industry, I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the to
that's
gas, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do give it to solar and wind.
And
that's maybe the biggest statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement. Because basically what he's saying is he is going to destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right.
Is he going to get China to do it?
No, we're finished with this.
Is he going to get China to do it?
Our final question.
No,
we have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to
rejoin Paris Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right. This is about leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to make our country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, etc. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best Black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right, I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
All right, so we are going to do analysis immediately, obviously. We're going to bring in Michael Schur in just a little bit. First of all, like and share the stream. Let's get this analysis to everyone. This debate obviously was more tempered than the first hurricane that we dealt with in the first debate. But it had some wonderfully comical lines by Donald Trump. I know wind better than you do, okay? Was one of my favorites. We're planting 1 trillion trees. That program doesn't even exist. I mean, he said 1 billion, he said 1 trillion. It's zero, it doesn't even exist. And he just keeps saying it. It really is stunning how often he lies. And with no recourse to anything. Here, look, let's do the summary right now, real quick, okay? So guys, Trump had to have a big win in this debate, okay? And at best, it's a tie because he wasn't a maniac, right? Because we got used to the Trump standard, which is like him constantly punching himself in the face at the speed of a tornado, right? And so this time he'd every once in a while punch himself in the face instead of doing it really rapidly while spinning around. So, but even if it were a tie, which it wasn't, that Trump's down 8 points nationally, and there's very little time left before the election, about 10 days left before the election. This ain't gonna do it, but it wasn't a tie. I mean, if you're sitting at home, even if you're a Trump supporter, how do you not get embarrassed by those lines? When he says he knows wind better than Biden, and Biden is right. Trump once said that windmills cause cancer. The guy's a lunatic. He says he plants 1 trillion trees. He hasn't planted one. He said that he's doing great on coronavirus goggles. I don't know what he's talking about. Nobody knows what he's talking about. He said Biden's selling sheets and pillows. I've never heard that in my life. What are you doing? He's like, the Russians gave him $3.5 million. I mean, I know, and so did a Nigerian prince who had to get his money out of the country. I mean, as long as we're making things up, why not? But of course, 2 classic lines were, no one has been better to African Americans than Donald Trump, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. So, Biden got in all that trouble when he said, if you're black, or if you vote for Trump, you can't be black, or something along those lines. But if you're a black supporter of Donald Trump, how do you not get embarrassed when he says, maybe with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln? And then later he went on to say, I'm the least racist person in this room. He said it to an African-American moderator. I mean, what do you do with this guy? What do you do with a clown this large? So did Donald Trump lose the debate? Of course he lost the debate. Yeah. How could a guy like that ever win a debate? So let me get your guys' reaction. Ben, you go first.
Here's the thing. The main thing I think is that the emperor is finally being seen as naked, right? I think his ridiculousness, his entire shtick that he was able to get away with in 2016 has finally run its course. Anyone who has a modicum of sincerity in them saw a disaster tonight. It was a complete and total collapse of Donald Trump. You remove the novelty of his ignorance, right? His different approach and all the different ways they try to categorize him as not being a politician, and all these things were novel in 2016. It has run its course, and we're on this side of 220,000 people being dead because of his decisions. And so now he's doing the same exact thing over again, and it's just not hitting the same notes. And that's being kind. Joe Biden came out for blood. He came out swinging uppercut after uppercut, haymaker after haymaker, and they landed. Now everyone got a little fatigued. Joe Biden got fatigued. I got fatigued somewhere around an hour and 15 minutes, and it went downhill just a little bit for him, but not enough to take away from how big of an opening Joe Biden had. I think if anybody gave up on Donald Trump, it happened in the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, Ben, you're 100% correct. I totally agree with your assessment. I think that Biden's performance was incredibly strong throughout the debate. Toward the end, I agree. He was fumbling just a little bit, but not enough to, give Donald Trump the edge in this debate. Trump was fumbling, bumbling. He looked like a clown. And look, I'm saying this specifically regarding like his performance and inability to respond to the very specific examples that Joe Biden provided in regard to Donald Trump's failures in his first term. That's what I wanted to see more of during the debate between Kamala Harris and Mike Pence. And I really did think that Kamala Harris was gonna deliver. But in this debate, luckily we did see Joe Biden show up ready to fight, ready with actual specific examples. There were a few moments that certainly didn't please me with either one of the candidates, especially when it came to environmental policy and foreign policy. I think they're both awful when it comes to those two issues. But still, in terms of optics, in terms of what I think most American voters see and care about, Biden unquestionably won this debate. There's no question.
Yeah, and actually, it wasn't just that Trump was a clown, and I've got more examples of that. But it was that Biden was strong. He punched back really effectively on the tax. He said, "What are you hiding? Why don't you just tell me what are you hiding?" And that's a great question. The Chinese bank account. What are you hiding? He did his classic Biden things too, all throughout the debate. Come on. And he hit him with a malarkey or two. But he also had good substantive points, like when they were talking about race, he brought up Central Park 5. Finally, a Democrat does it, right? It took 5 long years for them to bring up Central Park 5. Here's 5 minority kids who were proven innocent, and Trump thought they should be killed anyway. I mean, that's so outrageous. When people ask, what has he done that's racist? To me, that's one of the top things on the list. He said, and when he said they should, still be punished in that extreme way. He said, well, what were they doing in Central Park? They were probably up to no good anyway. Oh my God, I mean, it's the classic racist line. I don't know, they're minorities. They must have been up to no good anyway. Let's just kill them. It's unreal, right? So, and then you get to the clownish stuff. When he says, they say therapeutics. I took therapeutics. They say it's not a cure. I think it might be a cure. You think it might be a cure? Therapeutics is totally different than a cure. You're in charge during coronavirus. Well, no wonder we lead the world in number of deaths, because you don't even know the difference between a therapeutic and a cure. And then he says, I might be immune. That's what some say. No, nobody says that. Nobody says you're immune. You're in much better shape now. You're far less likely to get it, but you're not immune. No doctor actually says that. And he kept saying, as he was talking about coronavirus, I don't know. You should know. We've had the pandemic now for 10 long months. 220,000 people are dead, and you're still on a national debate stage talking about how I don't know what happened. Jesus Christ. And then the weird cryptic reference, the nonstop lies about Biden's record. Well, Biden's got plenty of things wrong with his record, and we've talked about it. And on the rare times that he's right, so when he said, hey, you attacked Social Security, that's true. Biden did in some of his speeches, and we pointed that out earlier. But that's a very rare situation where Trump was right. More often than not, he's like, and then there was the guy who was a business guy, and he said, the big man, and I think you're the big man, I think. Nobody knows what you're talking about. And you just sound like a guy calling him, I think you're the big man. That almost sounds positive. And I mean, I can go all night because he went for an hour and a half of total rubbish. I don't know why I used the word rubbish. What am I, English all of a sudden? Anyway, and I want to go to you, and then I want to give you one last really important, terrible line from Trump. Go ahead.
It sounds like you've been watching Peppa Pig. I thought you said big. Go ahead, Peppa.
No, I just wanted to say, the weakest moments for Biden were when he was attacked from the left. I mean, obviously it's fake leftism from Trump, right? Mostly on foreign policy and mostly foreign policy. Imagine if you had a real leftist on that stage. Like obviously I'm talking about a hypothetical here, but someone who would respond to a $15 an hour minimum wage with, no, you know what? $15 an hour, not enough. Instead of subsidizing fossil fuel companies, why don't we subsidize actual small businesses that can't afford a $20 or $25 an hour minimum wage to ensure that they pay their employees at least that much? That is the minimum. Imagine how popular that kind of messaging would be. Like I know that I'm sharing a hypothetical here, but the weakest moments for Biden, which were, to be fair, there were a few compared to Trump. I mean, Trump was littered with weak moments. Those weak moments could have easily been aided with leftist ideology that is overwhelmingly appealing to the vast majority of Americans who are workers, who know what it's like to make $7.25 an hour, who know what it's like to be laid off right now, who know what it's like to be evicted or pushed out of their rent-controlled apartments. So these disgusting, greedy real estate developers can knock those buildings down so they can construct these ridiculous luxury apartments and condominiums. I just think about how even now, I know that nationally speaking in the national polls, Biden is doing well. But in some of these swing states, in some of these battleground states, the election is a toss-up. And that worries me. I would argue that it wouldn't be that case if Biden had pivoted more toward a leftist message that focuses primarily on working Americans as opposed to his donors. But with that said, I think Biden did really well tonight. I think that Trump did not prepare, and it certainly showed. And he embarrassed himself over and over and over again, and I love to see it.
Yeah, and look, I debate a little differently than Democrats do, okay? But when, I'll give Joe Biden credit, when he said, yeah, I'm gonna raise the minimum wage to $15, that's a good moment because you just told millions upon millions of Americans that you're gonna raise their wages. For some of them, you're gonna double their wages. It's such a layup. The Democratic Party fought Bernie Sanders tooth and nail for decades on this issue, right? And finally Sanders won, and now we're at a point where Biden is championing it. But what I would have done with Trump is, I would have said, look, you just said you're for lower wages. You just said you're against a $15 minimum wage. So how low do you want the wages to be? How much money do you want to take away from the average American? Just explain it, because you say you're against the minimum wage. You don't want to pay people more. I know you want all the money to go to the businesses and your donors, but how low do you want their wages to be? And just keep pounding him. How low do you want their wages to be? How low do you want their wages to be? And he can't possibly answer that, he's a fool. But again, I'm with everyone else here. Biden, within the context of what normally goes on in a debate, did great. Let me say one last thing about Trump's lines, because I thought this one was, I mean, there was two that were amazing. When he said, you had 8 years to do something about healthcare, you didn't do anything. Obamacare is a mess. Wait a minute, did he not do anything or did he do Obamacare? You can't blame him for Obamacare and then say you didn't do anything for 8 years. The one thing they're known for is Obamacare, right? He just has no attachment to reality or facts. And then the line that I thought was even more comical is on coronavirus, he said, I take full responsibility. It was China's fault. And he was back-to-back sentences. It was amazing.
The thing that stood out the most to me about Donald Trump's delivery tonight was that his normal lies didn't land as good as they used to land, right? I don't think any of them landed. Even when he was trying to outflank Joe Biden from the left, talking about wars and endless wars, that didn't really land. It was, I don't know if it's the medication he's on, because what he's usually able to do is to put on a performance enough to make his lies stick with an impactful force that he just didn't have tonight. And so I'm wondering how it really resonated with his supporters, because if they were looking for the same showmanship that they normally get, and by showmanship, I mean clown show, they didn't get that tonight. And I think they had to feel like they came away defeated and deflated because Trump just could not deliver in a way. Of course, all of it is lies, but that's what he's been built on. That's what he's built everything around. And so I think all of it really came crashing down around him tonight.
Yeah, so guys, I wanna thank some of the folks that make this coverage possible. And then we're gonna give you a lot more of the funny lines, the absurd lines, the important lines out of the debate. We'll give you what the media reaction has been. And if there's any polling, we'll tell you immediately about the polling of the debates, and we'll talk about the context of the entire election. But if you're watching on YouTube, you just hit that join button below and you become a member of the Young Turks. You are the Young Turks. You make us possible, you make this show possible, you make this coverage possible. So as quickly as I can, let me read out some folks who just joined. Ginny 59, Bertram Moore II, Yard Away 1, Ashley Meads, D Shelton 1109, Romero Farias, Rachel Copeland, Mother May 1, Snell, Planning with John, Anthony Delbridge, so much more. I'll also read out the Twitch guys in a second, but I gotta read 2 super chats too, and I wanna interact with you guys. So send us super chats. If you're a member on our website, tyt.com/join. If you're watching anywhere else, tyt.com/join. I read your comments more often, but let me go to the 2 super chats that were so generous. The Defiant one gave $100 and said, keep doing what you're doing. You're pulling the wool from people's eyes. It's much needed. But again, brother, we're doing it together, okay? That makes this show possible. David Rodriguez, $200. Voted today, keep speaking true. Love you guys from Tampa. David, right back at you, brother. And then Michael Brennan wrote in, my mom recently passed from COVID. I just wanted to let you know that she enjoyed watching TYT with me at night. Anna was her favorite host. You guys are amazing. Yeah.
Thank you for that sweet comment. But Cenk, I just keep thinking about the media. Like, we had our main show production meeting today where I very subtly tried to express to Cenk, like, hey, our mics are up when we're on camera and the debate is taking place. Like, listen, homie, like, try not to talk during the debate because we can't hear what they're saying. But the entire time I couldn't help myself from like yelling at Trump's nonsense. So I want to give Cenk a lot of credit because you expressed a lot of self-control tonight that I just obviously couldn't do myself.
Wow, that almost never happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
All right, so we got to take a quick break here. We're also, on top of everything else, we're gonna have Michael Schur reporting from the field. So there's so much more happening right now. And let me say one last thing before we go. Look, we're doing a fundraising drive this year to keep Young Turks healthy and strong and sustainable. And like I said, you guys are the Young Turks. So if you could help there, that would make all the difference. tyt.com/go. So we appreciate it. We built this show together. That's why we've been on the air for 18 years, while we have seen many other things go and come and go. And we're still here because of you guys. All right, let's take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Across the map are going to be so tight and so close that it is likely going to be very difficult to call this on election night.
The twin forces behind the Biden candidacy, the billionaires
and the Bolsheviks.
Arizona, 19 million. For the vice president, 9 million, a little over 9 million for President Trump.
We are desperate for Donald Trump to not be president anymore because he's fascist and is a threat to our democracy. And we said that from day one. Yes, we want Biden to beat Trump. Is that clear enough?
It is increasingly difficult for the American public to get any sort of truth.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
You want to know how you could save money and save the planet? Hello, I got an awesome option for you guys. Aspiration.com/TYT. You plant not 1, not 5, 10 trees when you sign up. You know what trees do? Not a big deal, but one large tree can provide a day's supply of oxygen for up to 4 people. That's 40 people's oxygen just by signing up at aspiration.com/TYT. Sign up for a free spend and save account right now at aspiration.com/TYT.
Early voting is well underway all across the country, and we hope you've either already voted or have a plan in place to vote so that you know your vote will count. And while you're at it, let everyone else know how important it is that they get out and vote too, with a vote hat or a blue NAMI shirt or any of the other election-themed items currently available at shoptyt.com. Vote and let's make change happen now.
Like all small businesses, we're struggling through this pandemic right now. We are doing a drive to keep TYT healthy. We want to be able to keep doing it, and it's been a Herculean task.
Ready for transport.
We're trying to raise $2 million overall, $200,000 a month if we can. If you can, and only if you can, tyt.com/go. Seriously, because we can't sustain this show without you. So thank you for making all this possible.
Where else can I feel as free as I do here to do what I do? And I wouldn't be able to do what I do if it weren't for all the people who have really carried us throughout the years.
You're our ultimate boss. We report to you guys. And if you don't like what we're doing on air or we're not telling the truth, boom, you fire us.
We're not the Young Turks, you're the Young Turks.
Keep TYT alive, healthy, wonderful, awesome, independent, progressive, keep it all those things. In fact, we have a new theme, press on. Get it? It's a double meaning, tyt.com/go. I know what you're thinking. Cenk, where do I get unlimited, commission-free stock and ETF trades? Man, do I have good news for you. Doe.com/TYT. Yes, it's really unlimited trading. Yes, it's totally commission-free. Yes, they explain what an ETF is if you don't know it. But that's what's great about Doe, because they have wonderful explainer videos and you got zero minimum balance. You got nothing for commissions. Doe.com/TYT.
Today, a terrible day for the internet, a terrible day for America. The internet as we know it is not going to exist anymore.
A real dark day for information and yet another way that they're bleeding out the democracy.
We're now going to have these gatekeepers of information deciding what we can and can't see, and that's what scares me the most.
Whether you're conservative or progressive or anywhere in the middle, this is the one thing we should all agree to. Protect the internet, because the establishment is coming for it. Don't let them destroy the internet. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian, and Ben Dixon with you guys. Michael Schur is going to join us in 1 second. So first, and we're going to have some great lines and videos from the debates, so that's all coming up. I tell you all the time on YouTube, you could hit the join button below and become a member, and then you are the Young Turks. But I love the Twitch audience too, and they've been amazing. Obi Mom Kenobi with another 50 subs that she gifted, and they have great handles too. Erica MH22 gifted 25 subs. Dog Lounge TV 10 subs, and then Cypher 111 Hottie Meter Mid Vikings 27. Individualism Killed a Cat gifted 3 subs. Thad Thick and Deep Space Monk also gifted 5 subs. And my favorite, a lot of people gave bits. Rose 52, 1,000 bits. Min Vikings 27 again, 2,500 bits. But my favorite is Depressed Progressive, cheered with 1,200 bits. Mixed messages. And then cheered with another 300 bits and said, Anna, go girl. Okay, so
thank you.
So Depressed Progressive, a little bit more chipper today, and cheering us on, and we appreciate it. We love you, your family, and we do this show together. And then from our member section, Matthew said, Cenk miming Trump is hilarious. Thank you for saying that. I don't know if it was distracting or not. But I'm so amused by his hands, and he's constantly doing this and constantly switching it up and this. I've never seen anyone talk with their hands more. And the funny thing is, it matches his speech. He says absurd things, and then while he's saying it, he does absurd things with his hands. So he's like, and let me tell you something, he's with sheets and pillows, and I know wind better than you do. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the play-by-play and the miming that we did during the broadcast. Okay, let me bring in Michael Schur. He's on the road. Michael, last debate of the presidential cycle. Thoughts? Go.
Listen, I think it was a non-event. I mean, it was an event because it was a presidential event. I don't know that this is going to change the face of the election in one respect at all. Here's the thing, these debates are about moments. No moments emerge from this debate. We as Americans remember moments in debates. They change a tide. There are 12 days left or something absurd like that. And there's one candidate who's outside the margin of error. This was not a bring it back within the margin of error type of debate. The other thing about debates is Donald Trump did better this time than he did the first debate in Cleveland. But you don't win by doing better. You just do better. And I don't know that a tie is good enough for Donald Trump here. And I think that this will go down as a tie debate. I can't imagine an undecided voter who was swayed by this debate. There may be some, but this was not a swaying debate to me. That's my take.
Michael, can I jump in? I'm actually surprised that you're saying that. I think Biden's performance tonight was his strongest performance of any debate, including the Democratic primary debates. And I know he's only had one other debate with Donald Trump, but he came prepared. He was sharp, he had good comebacks. The only times I personally cringed was, on issues where Trump pretended to attack Biden from the left, and unfortunately Biden fell for it. But that's just me, right? Like, I'm thinking about the general public, and he did really well. I'm surprised at how well Biden did. I'm happy with it, and I feel like there might be some, I guess, independent voters who might be swayed by his performance tonight. But I'm curious. You don't think so?
I think you hit on the most important part of this. I don't think tonight, I sort of think en masse, this election season, we came into this hearing that Joe Biden has dementia. We came into this as many Democrats came into this fearing what these debates would be like. He would bumble and stumble, he wouldn't know his stuff. And I think you absolutely make a great point there, Anna, which is this was an entire season of vindication for Joe Biden. It's over, he can exhale now, and I think that is the takeaway from these debates. I just don't think it's a moment, it's a general sense. And I think that, in one respect, you're right in that it does sort of reinforced the comfort that a lot of people were starting to get about Joe Biden, that he was not just capable, he was sharp. And I tweeted that I'd forgotten about dementia with him, because this is really something that we came into this with. And so your point is really well taken. And I think it's important to remember that that's what these debates were about from the beginning. And at the end of the debates, America sees that this is not a man with dementia.
Yeah, I mean, look, if anyone's got dementia, it's the guy saying, I know wind better than you do. You did nothing about health care. I can't believe you passed Obamacare. Okay, so unprecedented madness has a interesting line here. And then I have a response. So it's from our member section, tyt.com/join to become a member.
Jake, can I interrupt for 1 second? What are bits?
Bits are just ways of donating on Twitch. That's all.
Thanks. Okay.
Yeah. I have my own sets of questions, like what is Dragon Squad? But anyway, unprecedented madness writes in, guys, I'm sorry, while I agree with your analysis, but I think you're missing the point that the fact that Trump acted somewhat civil will give him a boost. Mainstream media will be gushing all over how presidential he was tomorrow. Well, I hear you on that, and I think you're right to be concerned. But first out of the gate is Jake Tapper with, and he said Trump behaved more like a regular person at the debate. He lied a lot, but didn't seem to set himself on fire.
Come on, Jake.
Not what I would call a glowing review.
But even still, I mean, like there's a huge asterisk to that. And the asterisk is they had to cut his mic.
Yeah.
They had to cut his mic.
But also,
so we don't. Go ahead, Michael.
We're nearly 4 years into this presidency. It is too late for this man to be presidential. If he looked better tonight than he ever has, fine. He is not presidential as we have been accustomed to it. So even if that's what comes out tomorrow, demeanor. But you know what he wasn't tonight, that Joe Biden was? He wasn't empathic when he had the opportunity to be. And this country needs empathy now, maybe more than in any of our lifetimes. And I think it's super important to remember that. Joe Biden seems empathic, and Donald Trump, when given the opportunity on the stage at a time when he looked better than he did 3 weeks ago, was not empathic. And I think that's important.
One quick thing there, we can't stress that enough because of how impactful 220,000 lives are, but also take away the fact that Donald Trump had no substance. Like he was more measured, but by being more measured, he didn't get to perform his show. And without being able to perform his show, it really showed that he had no substance, he had no details, and he did a lot of whining. He did more whining than he did all the other bellicose times that he was in the last debate. So I think even in his performance being a lot more gentle, it really didn't play in his favor.
Yeah,
totally agree.
Totally.
Yeah, and on the issue of empathy, Riley Vision wrote in on Super Chat saying, when they wrapped up talking about the lost undocumented kids, Joe Biden said 525 kids lost, and Trump responded with good. And so, yeah, that's unbelievable. And the press is now also pointing out, first of all, it's 545 kids, but Trump never said he was going to reunite them with their parents. He said, well, where they're staying is clean. So what are we going to do? Keep those kids for the rest of their lives in clean cages? Is that his answer? I mean, you want to talk about lack of empathy. I would say out of all the horrible things that Donald Trump has done, that, right or wrong, probably resonated the most with people. The kids in the cages, right? And he's unprepared for the debate. And then he comes in, and when they bring that issue up, he says, good, and at least they have clean cages. Oh, I mean, we're used to how horrible Trump is, so our bar is super low for him. And we're trying to figure out if he crossed the lowest bar, cleared the lowest bar in history. And we got it as a tie on whether he cleared the lowest bar in history. Anna.
You know, since we're talking about immigration, if it's okay, I actually would like to play a moment from the debate. This is video 9, where Biden calls into question Donald Trump's immigration policy and ripping children away from their parents at the border as these families are desperately seeking asylum. Let's take a look at video 9. talking until we get that video ready.
All right.
How did you guys think of? What did you think of this conversation about fracking? I'm curious, mostly because we're in this space right now. But people are talking about how Biden said he's going to end the oil, draw down the oil industry and things like that. Again, to me, that isn't a moment. First of all, we are in mentally and physically and in actuality moving towards greener energy in our minds and in our actions already. So I don't think that comes in the same way it would have 25 years ago. But people are starting to draw down. In Western Pennsylvania, that could hurt the president. That could hurt the vice president. But I don't think this is a sticky moment. Do any of you?
Yeah. Nah. So look, the issue of fossil fuels is a little bit of a tricky one. And Joe Biden's trying to find a middle ground that America can live with. And I think there's a very clear polling on other issues, right? So universal health care poll's great. Recently a poll came out about spending $2 trillion on a green energy plan. Okay, so basically the Green New Deal, basically the plan that it's not exactly the Green New Deal, but it is actually even more similar to Biden's program. And it won by 60 points or so. I mean, I've never seen a poll that lopsided. So all of those things are great. When you get into, should we ban oil? I haven't seen a poll on it. And as a progressive, I appreciated that he said, yeah, we're gonna transition out of it. That's what we gotta do, right? When he says, no, I'm gonna keep going on fracking, look, I'm just so used to moderate Democrats. I mean, I would have been, I would have fell down out of my seat if he said that we were going to stop fracking. We already know what his policy is. He talked about it in the first debate, et cetera. Is it good on that front? No, of course it's not good. But honestly, I've read the rest of his plan, and it's pretty good. I mean, it does come a long way towards the Green New Deal.
Evergreen Action, which is made up of people from Jay Inslee's campaign, they've liked what they're hearing, and Jay Inslee likes what he's hearing. I think that these are important little signals. I think Anna has her clip, right?
Yes, so I have the clip ready. So during the portion of the debate that focused on immigration, Biden decided to go after Donald Trump. Obviously justifiably over his decision to implement a blanket strategy of taking children away from their parents as they came to the border seeking asylum. Take a look.
Our children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through merit.
But how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr. President?
they built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages. And they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them. And then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response.
And you'll separate them from their parents once they get to the border with their parents.
Came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough, we're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over, their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Kristen, they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response to that?
They did it. We changed.
Did not.
They built the cages.
He's such a liar.
Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what we're talking about. Who built the cages, Joe? Let's talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped. Their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go.
Yep.
Nowhere to go.
545 of them.
It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you about
I will say this. They went down. We brought reporters, everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some of them haven't been reunited.
But just ask one question: who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me.
So when Trump keeps saying who built the cages, I think Biden did okay. In that moment, he should have hit back with, listen, the Obama administration did not implement a policy, a literal blanket policy of separating every single child from their parents, from their families, as they reach the border seeking asylum. That is what Trump did. It was a zero tolerance blanket policy, didn't matter what people were seeking asylum for, didn't matter what they came to the United States for. Every single child in 2017 was taken away from their parents as they reached the border. And it was specifically done as a deterrent to teach these migrants a lesson. How dare you come to our border seeking safety with your children? How dare you try to protect your children from the violence in your home countries? You know, it's so unbelievably frustrating to hear Trump, regurgitate that line. And look, I'll be fair, but Obama wasn't great when it came to his own immigration policies. That's part of the reason why he was called the deporter in chief at some point. But I will say that Trump intentionally, with the help of Jeff Sessions, who was his attorney general at the time, before he was disappointed in his attorney general for not being enough of a lackey for him, decided to do the most cruel, disgusting action of taking these children away from their parents. And as many as half a dozen kids died in Border Patrol custody under Trump's administration. How many children died under Obama's administration? Oh, that's right, zero, because he didn't have that blanket policy. He didn't. So I would have liked to see a stronger answer from Biden on that, but there's no question that Donald Trump's immigration policies have been the cruelest and have led to dozens of migrants dying, including as many as 6 immigrant children. It's disgusting.
He also said, by the way, about the immigrants who come back to court as they're supposed to for the asylum seekers. He said they're the ones with the lowest IQ. And to me, that's really telling about the way Donald Trump thinks of the law. Only the people with the lowest IQ would follow the law. Of course, everyone else would break the law. Well, that's what a lifelong criminal thinks. And that's who Donald Trump is.
And someone who has the IQ that says a date called November 3rd. What do you think? What do you guys think in terms of when Trump goes after Biden? There's a part of me that's for what the Obama administration did. There's a part of me that wants him to say, "I was the vice president. You are the president." I know that you probably shouldn't do that, right? What does Mike Pence have to do with any of what you're doing, Mr. President? But it seems like there's a way to fight back against blaming everything from Obama-Biden on Biden. Joe Biden had no control really over what went on. He was an advisor to the president, closer than many vice presidents have been, but he was just an advisor. I don't know what he should have done, but it's frustrated me all the time, and it doesn't matter because there's not going to be another.
Yeah, he inadvertently did that.
Yeah, you're right, and that's true.
On the part where they were talking about why didn't he get comprehensive immigration reform done, he was like, "Well, I wasn't the president," or something to that effect. But I agree with you, Mike. I think he could have really pivoted that way and held Donald Trump accountable for the fact that he hasn't done these things over the last 4 years. In fact, he's exacerbated every single problem that we had, and highlight the fact that no, I wasn't the president, but we got X, Y, and Z done underneath President Obama. What have you gotten done? I really think he could have played that ball a little bit harder, but he did inadvertently kind of get a dig in there at President Obama, and I'm glad he got off of it because that wouldn't have played well at all.
Yeah, I think that he's in a tough spot there. I agree with Ben, and so the way that I would have gone is, you guys are gonna be shocked. I hope you're sitting. I would have gone on the offense, and so this is partly what Michael's alluding to, right? Say, hey, listen, you're the president for the last 4 years. Where the hell's your healthcare plan? You keep talking about, oh, we had 8 years. You had 4 years. You weren't the vice president, you were the president, right? So where's your healthcare plan? I know that you gave Leslie Stahl a book filled with 1,000 blank pages, okay? But what were you doing for 4 years? So what's the only thing you got done? $2 trillion tax cut for the rich, right? So you say you built a wall, there's 5 miles of wall. What did you do? You got nothing done. You got nothing done except tax cuts for your donors. Now I know Biden's not that guy. Almost no Democrat is that guy. Maybe AOC, maybe Katie Porter, maybe Jamal Bowman, but Cori Bush and stuff. But they're not here, right? But yeah, go on the offense. And look, furthermore, I would have said to Trump, look, and Biden went a little in this direction. It worked great. Are you ever going to take responsibility for anything? Because then it leads him to say absurd things like, I take full responsibility. It was China's fault. Right? I mean, he literally said that. Those two sentences back to back, right? And then I would go down the list for all the things. 220,000 people are going to be dead. Are you taking any responsibility? We lead the world in cases and deaths. Are you going to take any responsibility? And but not just on coronavirus, on every issue, right? You say, hey, you know what? On the one hand, you say that I was too tough with the crime bill. On the other hand, you say that I'm going to burn up the suburbs, right? Well, that doesn't make any sense. B, for all the violence that's happened recently, are you going to take any responsibility? Because I wasn't the president, you were the president, right? And you know what Trump does when challenged on that, and it's in the comments here too. It's in everything that everybody says. I can't find it right now, but some of our members writing in. All the guy ever does is cry. So look, it would have been a killer line. I wish he'd said it. But if Joe Biden had at one point turned around and said, are you still crying? It would have been game, set, and match.
So that's a moment. That would have been a moment.
I think another exhale here is that the Hunter Biden thing went nowhere, right? I mean, everybody came in on pins and needles over this thing, and the Wall Street Journal has now said that their reporting was unable to confirm at all that Joe Biden had inserted himself into this at all. It went nowhere, and that was going to be the big splash, right? Inviting Tony Bobulinski there, doing all of that, nothing, and we come away with nothing from that.
Yeah. Let me just comment on that for a second. I find all of the Hunter Biden stuff. Look, the criticism about him working on the board of Burisma, that's the only credible criticism that I see, and it's the argument about nepotism. But you can't get that argument from Donald Trump, who litters his entire White House with nepotism. Like he's all about nepotism. Yeah. But in terms of attacking him for all the other alleged scandals that have no actual substance to them, attacking him for his substance abuse issues, his addiction issues. It's all incredibly disgusting. It makes me uncomfortable. Every time I hear these claims from Trump lackeys, all I can personally think about as someone who, has my own criticisms toward Biden for sure, is Biden and what he went through with the loss of family members, having to go through that kind of disgusting attack toward his son. It's just, I don't think it plays well with most Americans. The hardcore Trump supporters maybe, but they're not representative of the majority of the country. I think most people are disgusted by that. I think most people who have either known of or have someone in their family who have suffered from addiction issues don't like it, doesn't play well with them. It's just a really cheap shot toward Biden. It doesn't have anything to do with actual substance or policy. So I'm glad it's not sticking. I was really worried that it would, but it makes me happy to know that people are not really buying these attacks against Hunter Biden, especially when it comes to his, past issues with addiction.
Yeah, and Trump says so many absurd things that I think people have tuned out. You took $3.5 million from Russia. What? Nobody believes that. What? That's the first time I don't know. That's the first time I've ever heard of Biden taking $3.5 million from Russia. It's just everything is so made up and so outlandish. Oh, you're making money from sheets and pillows. What is that? What are you talking about? And then so when he gets to, hey,
for the My Pillow guy.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking, wait, you're the pillows guy. Literally, the My Pillows guy is your best friend, right? So when he gets to, hey, Hunter Biden and you are corrupt in Ukraine and China, it's in a cloud of so much nonsense that I think people totally ignore it, because he's like, oh yeah, remember that corruption you did with cotton candy? And people are like, what? So they're just tuning out of the nonsense. I don't think it's landing at all. All right, listen, we've got more clips for you guys, but first, I'm gonna do, there was a great moment that actually connected to one of our sponsors, honestly. He did it again in this debate. So Trump says, we're planting a trillion trees. He hasn't planted a single tree. It's a made up program. It's a total lie. Once he called it a billion trees, a couple of times he called it a trillion trees. That's the thing about Trump. He's so detached from reality. He really thinks that when he says he's been better to African Americans than anyone, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln, people are gonna like that. They're gonna be like, oh, that's so true. Lincoln, was he okay with blacks? I don't know, but Trump, it's 50-50. But everybody else, Martin Luther King, it doesn't matter, or even if you're just sticking with presidents, LBJ passed the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, but no, he definitely wasn't as good as Trump is with African Americans. I mean, it's so outlandish, so stupid. So now the reality is, what's cool about this coverage is that it's brought to us by you guys, as I keep telling you, hit the join button below on YouTube, tyt.com/join if you're watching anywhere else, but also by our sponsors. And aspiration.com/tyt actually plants trees. They've actually planted 2 million trees already and growing. So when you sign up for that account, you actually they plant 10 trees for you. And every time you round up, if you go join their program, they plant another tree. So Trump's not doing it, but our sponsors are. And look, yeah, sure, definitely go to aspiration.com/tyt. You keep your money there, and it doesn't go to fossil fuels. All that stuff, that's great, right? But the larger point is, progressives actually want to do something about it. I feel like moderate Democrats, we got to nudge them and push to the point we had earlier in the conversation, pull them, push them, get them there. Okay, not fracking, but oil, not now, but 2050, but we're getting there, right? But Trump's on a different planet where he's planted 1 trillion trees. Right? I mean, I don't know, like Michael, doesn't anyone say to the guy like, you gotta stop saying we're planting 1 trillion trees. It's embarrassing. Like, we haven't planted one. We didn't even plant one in the Rose Garden. We haven't done anything, okay?
They like cut down trees in the Rose Garden, didn't they?
Right, that's true actually. I think that, but he surrounds himself with people who say to him, tell them about the 1 trillion trees. And so I think that's the problem.
That's right. Rudy's like, I just came out from a great interview with this Russian reporter, and I gotta tell you, main thing is trees. 1 trillion.
The reporter was guessing. Yeah.
I wish I was in the debate prep strategy session where they're like, should we say 1 million trees? And somebody's like, no way, 1 billion. And Trump's like, I got it. You guys are dummies, low IQ. Right. We go with 1 trillion trees. As long as we're lying, why not make it up? In one of these, I wish there was another debate, because I think there's some chance he would say at some point that they've planted 1 Brazilian trees.
No.
That sounds fun. Real quick, if you guys are cool with it, I actually do want to go to, since we were talking about the attacks on Hunter Biden, one of the more absurd attacks that happened recently was through a tweet.
Anna, I'm sorry, I'm gonna interrupt because we gotta take a break, okay? So,
sure.
Yeah, I wanna come back to that Hunter Biden story. I wanna come back to more of your comments. And if you can, tyt.com/go makes a giant difference. And I'll do one quick shout out to another sponsor, 2strongcoffee.com/tyt. They sponsor so much of our stuff, and they're great, they're progressive. They help progressive causes when you sign up, 2strongcoffee.com/tyt. Let's take the quick break. I can't wait to hear the Hunter Biden story. And we have more clips from the debates and more of your comments when we return. All right, time for more donor shout outs. Look, as I read your names, I think these are the people that are bringing us change, that are helping to spread the progressive message.
and honestly bringing us hope. I want to thank Stephen P. from Colorado, Robert H. from Virginia, Jared K. from Washington, Carl B. from Virginia, and Deborah F. from Oklahoma. Whether you're giving $3, $10, or $1,000, we love you, and thank you for doing that. And let's keep it going at tyt.com/go.
PragerU is a right-wing media outlet that gets $20 to $25 million a year from billionaire backers. TYT doesn't have billionaires cutting us checks, but the good news is that we don't need them. Okay. Bring it down. TYT can beat the right-wing media and their billionaire funders with contributions of just $200,000 a month from TYT fans donating to tyt.com/go. And we're already halfway to our goal. Look, whether you give $3 or $3,000, your contribution helps us press on. And it might sound like it's a lot of money, but remember, it's only 10% of what they get from billionaires in these giant checks. And with 10% of their money, we're mauling them. And we can continue to get that progressive message out to everybody. And since we're only accountable to you, our fans, and not the corporate backers, we can cover topics like Medicare for all, Green New Deal, and definitely getting money out of politics.
When somebody's the president of the United States, the authority is total, and that's the way it's got to be.
2020 is everything. Everything will be decided in 2020, and then we'll either have pessimism a long time, or we'll have optimism.
There is some good news when it comes to elections throughout the country, especially for progressives.
He's struggling in polls. He's trailing Joe Biden in many of these battleground states. And he knows that if he makes it difficult for voters to cast their ballots, especially as we're dealing with this pandemic, well, maybe it'll give him an edge over Biden.
We need to get rid of these people who are in office, who enable these systems that continue to oppress us. Start using your votes and your dollars for the people who want to preserve your community and your humanity.
Defiance is what you need in order to fight for what you know is right. The fight never ends.
Progressive candidates come on this show, we help them, and they've at least got a fighter's chance.
Expand the squad.
Here we go, Squad 2.0. Cory Bush, Jamal Bowman. And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
This time, it's real. If he wins another term, God knows what he'll do to our government, our democracy, and our way of life.
We need solidarity, and it begins with you.
Who's gonna fix it? Who's gonna fix it? Goddamn right. I'm back to gaslighting. Did you and I talk about gaslighting on Old School?
Probably.
That boss gaslit all his female employees. People who manipulate others like that make you feel like you're the weirdo. Why won't you punch yourself in the face? What is wrong with you? And you're like, oh my God, I feel so bad. Why didn't I just punch myself in the face and poke my eye out? I'm 47 and I just figured it out like earlier this year.
You figured out somebody was doing it to you, or that you were
that it
doing
was that it would have been happening my whole life and I didn't realize it.
Right.
It is wrong to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote in this country.
Look, I tell you guys, most important thing is voting in primaries. Primaries.
I hope every American will vote for the candidate and party of his choice, but vote.
We cannot continue to complain about corruption and complain about what's happening in this country and continue to vote for it.
Let's get it right this time. It could be a moment of redemption for what happened in 2016. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk, Ben, Anna, Michael with you guys, and you as well. WH Vids on Super Chat says the real winners. Drum roll, please. Cenk's hands, Anna's punk, and Ben's Jesus Christ, man. Love you guys. Well, love you right back. We appreciate it. And by the way, subs on Twitch, Min Vikings, Grand Poobah, I Am Jew. J-U-H, Tiff Curry, Curly and K's.
I was like, who stole my handle on Twitch?
Chloe Gamboa, Goner in Paradise, Hello Child, Mad City, Miss Kitty, Dispel Myth, J Hall 03, Torax 41Z Style, Some Big Ditch, Adoring Praise, Wakanda Retrospect. Okay, anyway, twitch.tv/TYT. Thank you for watching and for subscribing. You guys power this show. On YouTube, obviously hit the join button below. It makes a big difference when we see your names because you've got the TYT badges at all levels. And at the $4.99 level, you're about to get the post game we're gonna do for you guys in a little bit. Anna, you had Hunter Biden story.
Yes, so there have been some pretty strange attacks on Hunter Biden, particularly Hunter Biden's relationship with his father, Joe Biden. And so there was this tweet that got a little bit of attention that I want to share with you all. It featured, I would argue, an incredibly sweet photo of Joe Biden and his son Hunter. So let's take a quick look at that. And the commentary that came along with this photo was pretty disgusting. Does this look like an appropriate father-son interaction to you? And so John Cardillo is the person who tweeted that. And my answer is, yeah. That looks like a great father-son relationship, one that's full of love and acceptance and understanding. What kind of relationship do you have with your father? I'd love to know that.
Yeah,
I responded the same way. I tweeted back to him. I said yes.
Yeah, look, yeah. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They're sick in the head. I mean, is a dad not supposed to kiss his kids? I mean, what is wrong with you people? And in fact, counter testimony in our member section wrote in, Hunter Biden not landing and worse. It's alienating older voters who love their imperfect adult kids. And I think that that's a great point. And that's what I mean by we do this show together with the members. Because I hadn't quite thought of it in that way. I just thought it wasn't landing because Trump has so many conspiracy theories, like windmills causing cancer and injecting bleach into your body, and how stealth fighters are actually invisible. I mean, he had invisible ink in the 1,000-page non-book that he gave to Leslie Stahl about his healthcare plan. But so I just thought people are tired of it. It doesn't resonate. They don't care about Hunter Biden. It doesn't affect their lives at all. But I think that counter testimony is right. It's actually counterproductive. I think a lot of people are looking at it and go, the kid had addiction issues, and it's obvious that Joe Biden loves his kid and he's trying the best he can, and he lost a couple other kids. I mean, let it go, man. Jesus, my God, do you have no soul at all?
Can I just say, Hunter Biden, if I'm not mistaken, obviously I got a few things wrong, or one major thing wrong tonight, so I don't want to get anything wrong again, but Hunter Biden was in the car when Joe Biden's wife and daughter died in that car accident. And so he's been through his own struggles. He's been through some pretty horrific things in his own life. And to use those struggles to attack Joe Biden is just, Joe Biden, he might have some flaws in his record, right? How about let's focus on policy? But Trump is incapable of doing that. Trump and his goons have decided to go to the bottom of the barrel and attack Joe Biden in the worst possible way, which is by attacking his own children, his own son. And I'm glad that it's not working out for the Trump campaign. It's so despicable and so disgusting. And to be quite honest with you, I don't have children, but when I think about like my own family members, if I were in politics in any way, shape, or form, and people were coming for my family members, I would not have the type of restraint that Joe Biden has shown during this campaign. I would lose my mind if someone was attacking my family members.
You know what I'd do? I'd go on the offense. And so at one point during the debate, he just kind of mumbled it under his breath. But Trump said, and then he had a problem with the military. Wait a minute. Now Biden's kids are in the military. How about your kids? So, if I was Biden, I'd be like, you keep yapping about my kids, right? And how about your kids and Ivanka getting 17 patents approved by the Chinese government as soon as you got into office, right? And how your kids have lived off of not just you, but off the American people. And we're sick of it. We're sick of your corruption. And you have the temerity to talk about my kids? And you want to talk about the military? When's the last time your kids went to the military? When's the last time you went to the military, Mr. Bone Spurs?
When's the last time you were in the military? Yeah.
Right, and so don't tell me my kids are in the military. What do you think they were? Suckers and losers? Right, I'm sick of you and the whole country's sick of you.
I think one thing that stood out the most is in that exchange about Hunter Biden is what the commenter said from the member section. This backfired, but it backfired long before the night came along, because I've seen nothing else work on leftists to soften up the image of Joe Biden than the attacks on his son, particularly about the drug addictions. This photo, I've seen people who are like, I absolutely hate Joe Biden from the left, saying, but he's a good father. And so this is backfired in the most spectacular fashion. And the fact that they couldn't read the room, right? They couldn't read the tea leaves, or they couldn't even read Twitter to figure out that this was not working. They just doubled down. It just shows that they have nothing. They are at the end of the road in terms of their strategy.
Man, that's such a great point, because that's exactly what happened with me, like 100%, right? Seeing the way that they attacked Joe Biden for being an empathetic, kind person, but more importantly, being an empathetic, kind father.
Yeah.
Like it did soften up Biden's image with me. Now, at the end of the day, the policy is what matters the most, but the fact that Trump has nothing to latch onto other than these disgusting smears and attacks toward Joe Biden's family, yeah, it made me soften up toward Biden. There's no question.
Yeah, Anna, you said it earlier in the night. He's a one-trick pony, and so the reason he keeps going to Hunter Biden is because that's all he's got. He's an absolute mess, and he can't land anything on Biden because Biden's problems are that he was too conservative, not that he was too progressive.
Right.
So he keeps going with, oh, you're a socialist and Bernie is gonna take over the party. And Biden keeps saying, I beat Bernie, what else do you want from me, right? So that's not landing, so he's going to this corruption shtick, but he's got nothing. And he just keeps pummeling Hunter Biden in a way that's gross to everyone involved. And guys, think about it this way. We thought as progressives that Bernie was too soft on Biden. He should have concentrated on his record on Social Security, civil rights, and I can go down the list, right? But it's unthinkable that Bernie Sanders would have attacked Joe Biden's family. Unthinkable, right?
Right.
And if he had, we would have been like, what are you doing? Don't do that. That makes no sense. You know why? Because the left has decency. And unfortunately, the people who are supporting Trump have shown the opposite.
And in fact, when people were, and I don't think attack is the right word, when people were pointing things out about Barron Trump at one point, it was people in the Democratic Party who were saying, you cannot do that. We are not going to talk about Barron Trump, whatever there was to talk about him, speculate about him. That's the president's son. That's somebody who has nothing to do with what we're upset about. And so you're right, Jen, that never would have happened with Sanders. It's unfathomable. It's not even worth talking about. One thing that I do think that is important that nobody's really talked about, and you may have because I just joined the party late, but 50 million Americans have already voted, right? So what happens in these debates, while it's impactful, it's not impactful like it was 20 years ago, 10 years ago, when fewer people were voting early, and not to mention because of the coronavirus this year. But the point is that when you have these closing debates and it's the last chance to see 50 million people, it's a lot of voters, and they've already cast their ballot. And so I think what that can sway is also, I think, overrated.
So that's a good point because, and we were talking earlier in the night about the huge voter turnout that is expected, and it appears that it's going to be 10 to 15 million more people than in 2016. And since Republicans already vote at a huge rate, especially his base of white evangelical voters, They already had a 85% voter turnout in 2016. You really don't have much room to grow there. It seems to indicate both as a matter of logic, but more importantly as a matter of the mail-in ballots that we're actually seeing. They're coming from at a much greater rate from registered Democrats. So if all those Democrats are showing up to vote, Republicans are in a world of trouble. So that's why tonight, when Trump was bragging about, oh, your oil stance isn't going to play well in Oklahoma and Texas. Brother, if we're talking about Oklahoma or Texas, you're already done, and you just don't know it.
Yeah. So if I may, I'd like to move on to the part of the debate that focused on coronavirus, because I think that Biden did have some pretty strong moments there. So let me start off with Biden's comments on teachers. So during the debate, coronavirus, of course, obviously came up, especially when you consider that 220,000 Americans have died during this pandemic due to Donald Trump's lack of leadership, his lack of empathy, his unwillingness to do anything effective in response to the pandemic. And so Donald Trump was confronted with the fact that he's been pressuring schools to open prematurely, without social distancing, without masks, without the proper safety precautions. And Biden really did have a strong line here. So I want to play that moment from the debate. Take a look.
We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but would they need resources to open? You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. So don't worry about it. Come on.
That was a pretty strong moment. Go ahead, Michael.
No, I wasn't going to say that. I was listening to you guys react to that, and I think I did the exact same thing. There were some bites that Biden took tonight, which I thought was interesting. Again, we're dissecting something that I don't think in the long run matters, but for the theater of it and what Joe Biden, it does speak to me that Joe Biden has a total command of what's going on at this point with this race and the person he's running against. And I have to say that I think Kamala Harris, in the first debate in Miami, did Joe Biden the biggest favor, and it helped him in the Democratic nominating process, and it helps him now. And it goes to a little bit of what you were talking about before, Anna, which is that, and I've said this before, nobody's really ever been mean to Joe Biden. Everybody likes Joe Biden, right? Kamala Harris surprised him. I think he was totally shocked by what happened at that debate, and it made him realize, okay, this is what's going to happen to me now for a year and a half if I continue this long in this race, as I thought he would at that time. And I think that the more that this went on, the better he was. And I'm sure you both watched, or you all, the three of you watched the Sanders-Biden debate, which was the last debate. It was just the two of them, and it was more symbolic for Senator Sanders because it was pretty much a fait accompli that Biden would win the nomination, and Biden was better there, and even in taking criticism. So I think when he goes against Donald Trump, he does in large part have Kamala Harris to thank for what happened at the very beginning of this race, because he's better at taking it than he was, because nobody had ever given it to him. He sailed to re-election in Delaware. He was the vice president. It didn't really matter. He wasn't a terrific debater against Sarah Palin or Paul Ryan. He was fine, but I think that it made him better, and I think you're seeing that tonight with things like what we just played.
He really was genuinely shocked when Kamala Harris responded with, "I was that little girl," during that debate. And yeah, Jake talks about that all the time, and I think it's hilarious. But yeah, it's shocking that he was shocked, but he was shocked.
Right, yeah, he was, and people have just, he's always been the guy that people like. You don't have to love him, you could roll your eyes at him, which people do, but people kind of like him. And here's someone was being mean to Joe Biden. What? That's never happened before, and I think it helped.
The part that stood out in that section, that was at the very beginning of the debate. And Joe Biden really came out the strongest and the hardest at that point. And I think that probably was the point where we could say he won the debate, because I think in the last two debates with Kamala and Mike Pence, and in the first debate, he didn't really get to they didn't get to really nail Donald Trump to the wall about his responsibility for COVID-19. And so hearing Joe Biden just be relentless, not letting up. And then I know he got the remark in at the end, and I think this is important, even though he said it sarcastically, it's critically important to say that Donald Trump is actually saying that not too many of you are going to die. The next follow-up question really should be, will that be you? Right? It really matters to the one or two. If it's 10, if it's 100, it matters to them. And that's what Biden was trying to capture with that last sentence. And that's where I think he actually won the debate in the first 10, 20 minutes of it.
No question. And every minute that Donald Trump is talking about COVID is a bad minute for Donald Trump. So I think to stretch that out as long as Biden was able to is important too.
Yeah, at one point Biden had a great line, and it probably summarizes this whole contest better than anything else. He said, look, out there, you guys know me and you know him. You know my character and you know his character. Who do you want in there? And that's no contest. I gotta say, even for a healthy chunk of Trump voters, they know the real answer to that. They just do. And so, by the way, people are writing in a lot about that Hunter Biden, Joe Biden pick that we showed earlier. And it goes to the same point. Rainbow Bright, this is all the member section. Rainbow Bright said, my dad passed a few years ago, and the last hug I got and kiss I got from him resembles this pick. Jessica from Task Force 2 wrote in, so I'm no Biden stan, but I think the photo of him and Hunter is sweet. The guy loves his kids, that's a good thing. By the way, if anything is inappropriate, it's those photos of Trump looking at Ivanka like she's a piece of meat. You compare
we have those images.
Yeah. Oh, we have it. Yeah, there it is.
There they are.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, I don't think that's inappropriate either, honestly. Look, I know, because of what he said about how he'd like to date his daughter and if, et cetera, and he said it like 3-4 times. There it is. If Ivanka weren't my daughter, I'd be dating her. He's unbelievable. And that's where he's leering at her, et cetera. But for
if she were his daughter, I'd be dating her too.
Yeah, and so for him, for the Republicans trying to make a big deal out of the Hunter Biden and Joe Biden loving each other as a son and father. Yeah. I mean, it's really one of the worst political strategies I have ever seen in my life. And it's, as you could tell from our progressive audience and everywhere else, it's not at all working. And Frank Luntz said it's one of the worst political strategies he's ever seen, and he's the top Republican pollster. And speaking of which, we have a poll in. So again, by the way, thank you to all the members. If you would like to be a member, tyt.com/join. And if you're watching on YouTube, you just hit that join button below. Okay, Data Progress has a poll out, 51-39 Biden. And they didn't take a random sample of people watching the debate. They weighted it so that it more closely resembles the 2020 electorate. So hopefully, theoretically, that means it's even more accurate. And Data Progress has an excellent track record. So, and that's along the lines of what we thought. The first debate, Biden won huge because Trump was a total mess. He was a disaster. He was a one-man Sharknado on himself. It's like that old SNL skit where the shark eats the guy, right? I don't know if any of you remember that, except he did it to himself, right?
Land shark, right? A land shark.
He was a land shark. That's right. Candy Graham. Okay. Anyway, but in this debate, Trump, as Jake Tapper said, didn't light himself on fire, so he only loses by 12. So if there's more polls, we'll bring them to you, obviously, as we go forward. So, Anna, you have more clips?
I do. Okay, so we're gonna stay on COVID because there were other strong moments. So Donald Trump, as we all know, has been incredibly salty toward Anthony Fauci, one of the few public health experts who have given us the information we need to keep ourselves safe during this pandemic. So that topic came up during the debate. Let's see how it went down.
If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony, but he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, you're...
Donald Trump has been attacking Anthony Fauci almost from the beginning of this pandemic. He has been even more vicious toward Anthony Fauci recently. And look, I'm a fair person, so I'm gonna mention, early on in the pandemic, due to our issues with our supply chain, we were worried about hospital workers, healthcare professionals not having the masks necessary to keep themselves safe as they're treating people with coronavirus. As a result, there was this messaging coming from people, including Anthony Fauci, yes, early on, indicating that average Americans don't need to wear masks, don't worry about it. And it was because they didn't want average Americans buying up all the masks that nurses and doctors need as they're treating patients with coronavirus. So that is a supply chain issue. I think people like Anthony Fauci were placed in an impossible situation. And Donald Trump is now using that to his advantage. But we have no doubt that what we need to do is encourage Americans to wear masks to prevent the spread of coronavirus. And it just sucks that Donald Trump is able to use what happened in the early days of the pandemic to his advantage. It is a supply chain issue. We shouldn't be having our healthcare material, equipment manufactured in other countries. We should have it manufactured here in the United States, period. But we don't, because we're looking for cheap labor abroad. And so we never have any honest conversations about that. It's incredibly frustrating, but I did want to draw attention to that exchange because Donald Trump has not been friendly with Anthony Fauci. He hates Anthony Fauci because he has the audacity to share accurate medical information with us so we can keep ourselves safe. Donald Trump doesn't like that because it hurts his image and his mind. But at the same time, I do think that it would have been great to have a frank and honest conversation about how damaging it is to rely on manufacturing abroad for incredibly important equipment like medical equipment, especially during a time like now when we're dealing with a pandemic.
Right. Also, there are three things that people call Fauci. They call him Dr. Fauci, Tony, or Anthony Fauci. And that makes no difference in the whole world to this race. But every time he said, I know Anthony, I like Anthony may be a Democrat. I feel like, no, he doesn't know him because he calls him Anthony and nobody calls him Anthony. Maybe his mom did.
Yeah, and remember, Kristen Welker's setup to that question was, you've called Dr. Fauci a disaster and an idiot. And then he's like, I like him. That's not really what I'd call someone I like. And it seems absurd and over the top. Yeah, and by the way, speaking of Welker, rave reviews. And I think she did a great job. I think she was stern when she needed to be. Now, to be fair to Chris Walz, she had it much easier. The cutting off the mics for 2 minutes made a giant difference. And B, Trump chastened by the last debate in his performance, and it made a giant difference, right? He wasn't the Sharknado that he was in the first debate. But by the way, that shows you, since Trump completely changed his tactic, even he knows he lost the first debate. Otherwise, he'd have come and done the same exact thing. Okay, so guys, we're almost out of time here. But we got a post game coming up for you guys, and I've got another poll, and the results are amazing. And I'm going to tell you about that in the post game, and then I want to tell you about another two really important and interesting moments from the debate. Hit the join button below if you're watching on YouTube to become a member. $4.99 level gets you the post game. tyt.com/join. Everywhere else. And thank you to our sponsors, aspiration.com/TYT and twostrongcoffee.com/TYT. We'll see you in the post game. Back on a Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, Ben Dixon, Michael Schur, and Anna Kasparian with you guys. We got some more clips for you guys, but before we do that, I want to give you the poll that I promised you. Now, CNN, it's not really a poll, to be more accurate. It's a focus group, and they didn't have that many people in it. So let me break it down for you guys. Of the people they had, 9 thought that Biden won, 2 thought that it was a draw, and the number of people who thought Trump had won, and these are all undecided voters, 0. There was only 11 people in the focus group. It was 9 for Biden, 2 draw, and 0 thought that Trump won the debate. So I know, look, Trump supporters is fake news, right? Okay, but we know in the reality-based world, it's not fake. They're, for whatever reason, they're still undecided at this point, and apparently that debate did not help Trump. Now, if by itself it's not a great data point, but Data Progress had the poll saying he won 51-39. Now the CNN focus group, so it's not
CNN,
looking good for Trump.
CNN's quick poll, I believe, is 53-39 for Biden. So
yeah, this thing's over. There's 10 days left before the election. It's, I mean, look, 2-2-2. Biden's just got to stay healthy. That's it. I mean, Trump has to have the most amazing comeback in history, and we were in the ninth, and there isn't a 10th inning. Biden's leading like 8-0. So
you're like thinking the Patriots would come back and beat the Falcons. I mean, that's
ouch. Whew, don't remind us. It was a hard time for Atlanta that weekend.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
All right.
I was there yesterday, Ben, and they're talking about the Braves still. So.
Oh yeah, and then that.
Yeah.
So Biden's not from Atlanta, right? And apparently, if you believe Trump, he's also not from Scranton.
Right. From Kenya.
Kenyan? You think he's Kenyan?
I love that. I love that moment of the debate where Trump was talking, like, where are you from? Why don't you tell them where you're from? What are you talking about? Like, what? Where are you from? You're from like a wealthy family where you inherited $413 million and then went bankrupt 6 times. Like, literally all he needed to do was nothing, and he would have made money. Literally, that's all he needed to do, and he still went bankrupt 6 times.
It's really.
I'm curious.
Go ahead, Ben.
I'm sorry, Jake. I'm curious. Is it that he's gotten worse over the last 4 years, or was he this pathetic 4 years ago? And America was just so fascinated by the Schadenfreude that they just ate it up. Because to me, it's like, I don't really know which one it was, but nothing he did tonight actually stuck. But I feel like he was using the same tactics that he always uses. Did we grow up, or did he just get worse?
Can I answer that? Because I've been speaking to voters about it in the field, Ben, for the last several weeks, and they have had 3.5 years. And voters I spoke to who have voted for Donald Trump say, we have perspective, we didn't have them. We wanted something different. We didn't like Hillary Clinton, and we thought a non-politician would be the right person. This is in Atlanta, I'm in Alabama now. This was in Colorado when I was reporting the story there. It's thematic, it's more than anecdotal, it's thematic. And I think that there are people, and I think it's a lot of people, we now know what we got. And we don't like what we got by and large. And this is somebody who still appeals to some of the same people, but a lot of the people that put him over and won the presidency for him, those are the people that he lost.
Yeah, Ben, that's a great
one hell of a lesson to learn.
Yeah, that's a great question, and I think Trump is worse. I don't remember him being this insane with Hillary Clinton. I know he charged her with a lot of stuff, but he didn't make up things about sheets and pillows and $3.5 million from Russia and a trillion trees. Like, it was maniacal lying. It wasn't the most maniacal lying we have ever seen, right? And then of course, so that one, I think it is slightly worse. 2, Michael's point is, it carries the day. 80 to 90% of this is people are just exhausted from his lies and his mania, right? And remember, there's so many low information voters, and they generally hate the establishment. They certainly didn't like Hillary Clinton, and they just wanted someone that wasn't a politician. But now they got this, and so I remember the bumper sticker that I saw back in 2016, and it said Meteor 2016, right? And that's what we got. We got a meteor, and people were like, things are so bad. Sure, I'll vote for a meteor. And then you know what happened? The meteor hit, and then we're like, oh, that was a bad idea. The system kind of sucks, but the meteor definitely made it worse.
Cenk, but he was awful 4 years ago, and he was the same person. But he was the same person without COVID. He was the same person without immigration, without the Muslim ban, without kids getting killed at Parkland and him not hugging one kid or parent or anybody. All of the things that combine to what we know now exist, but they exist within the same person who is just as bad and just as caustic and just as maniacal at that time as he was now. I don't want to sort of forgive what he was before. He's the same guy, but the fatigue has set in from people who thought they'd give him a chance.
Right. All right, Anna, you've got some more clips for us.
Yes, so some moments from the debate. During the debate, the topic of racial tensions in the country came up, and Donald Trump had some pretty strong statements about what he has allegedly done for the Black community in America. Watch.
The first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street.
Yeah.
And that was my first
once, and they should have been chanting about you.
Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
But what do you say?
I am the least racist person in this room. I mean, I'll let you guys take this one.
Sure, as a resident Black person on the panel, I'll take it. No, it was hilarious to see him repeat that, and he repeats it over and over and over again as if it somehow makes it true. The power of positive thinking, he can just project onto Black people to accept the fact that anything that he has done for us is the best that we have ever had. And here's the thing that he kept trying to bring up with Joe Biden. I think it's important to point this out. Sure, we criticized Joe Biden about the '94 crime bill. I criticized him probably one of the most during the primaries. But when it comes to between the '94 crime bill, critiquing him from the left, and then allowing Donald Trump to critique him from the right, and the disingenuousness of Donald Trump being the person who's telling the NYPD to rough up Black people, who is supporting stop and frisk, who is doing all the things that he did with Central Park 5. It just doesn't carry any weight for me, and I don't think it carries a weight for a lot of us. So for him to say these things, it's really just kind of like this fanciful flight of fantasy that he's just trying to project onto Black. Of course, he's going to have a couple of people who go along with it because they have an opportunity to get financial gain by being the Black face of white supremacy, like Candace Owens. But in the reality, everybody knows that he is probably the most racist person in that room.
Yeah. By the way, if there's somebody more racist in that room, watch out. Like they might take physical action.
Run.
Because I mean, Trump has asked for physical violence against Black people. The only way you could be more racist is by actually doing the physical violence to Black people yourself. And I just want to remind everybody that he said he's the least racist person in that room. Kristen Welker, the moderator, is Black.
Right.
Right. Even among presidents, and some presidents were slave owners. He's not even among the least racist presidents.
The one thing that I wish, and this is the thing that kind of surprises me, it's not just about Biden, it's with pretty much every single candidate. I don't know if it's because of what we do for work and the amount of reading we have to do on a daily basis just to like prepare the show. But there's so much out there that Trump's opponents can use against him. So for instance, if I were debating him, he brings up the crime bill, right? He brings up what he did with criminal justice reform. Remember, Donald Trump threw a temper tantrum after he had agreed to criminal justice reform, and then he realized, oh, this isn't really gonna do much for me with the Black vote. And then he got angry with Jared Kushner for persuading him to pursue criminal justice reform. I would have brought that up as Joe Biden. You don't care about Black people in America. You don't care about all these people who were criminalized for nonsense like possession of drugs or whatever. You only did it because you thought that it would help you with your political aspirations, and that's all. And then later you regretted it. Why don't you talk about that a little bit? Why don't you talk about how little you care about these people who have been placed behind bars? In fact, since we're talking about people behind bars, why don't you talk about the 6 children who died surrounded in their own vomit in these migrant prisons that you put them in? How about that? It amazes me that there are all these opportunities, and you don't even have to get as aggressive as I did. You can talk about it calmly, right? Yeah. But there's so much material to go after Trump with.
I want to add something real quick. The one thing that Joe Biden did that finally he came around to was to apologize for the '94 crime bill, right? But I feel like I appreciate it, but I felt like he could have like dug in a little deeper with that well of empathy that he has, that he's able to convey with COVID-19, right? He's intellectually distancing himself and apologizing for the 94 crime bill, saying that we're going to undo it. We heard that, but I just didn't feel that. And I think that's something that he could actually do and convey. He missed that opportunity. But again, going up against Donald Trump, I don't think it was a big fail, but I just think he could have hit a bigger home run.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a guy who got into a shoving match, and yeah, that's bad, and he should apologize for it. Just turns out he's debating O.J. Simpson, so it's hard to lose that debate.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
So anyway, and if you remember, he also said, "I'm the least racist person in this room. I can't tell because it's kind of dark in here, but." First of all, let's say that it was light. What would you have told then, right? Like, oh, there's some Asians, I don't know. There's some black people, probably less racist than them. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who else is in the room. Kristen Welker's in the room.
That's a great point. I didn't even think that. I just keyed on the dark thing, but it's a great point that, like, what was he gonna see if the light was on?
It was Jake, your impersonation of him. I couldn't help but notice throughout the entire night, Donald Trump sounded like a bad impersonation of himself. Like he sounded like a caricature, and I wonder if it's like maybe I've gotten so fatigued with hearing his voice, or maybe the medication. You actually sound more like Donald Trump just now than he sounded at a couple of key points tonight.
I think that's fairly damning of me. No, seriously, I appreciate the kind of compliment, but no, he is a caricature. He just is, and so when Alec Baldwin first started doing him on SNL, I thought it's fun, but it's a little over the top. And then I began to realize, no, Trump's over the top. Alec Baldwin is just doing Trump. And honestly, my impersonation of him, which people have been nice about it, I'm actually doing Alec Baldwin doing Trump. And now Trump,
you are.
Yeah, and now Trump has come all the way back around to outdoing me, doing Alec Baldwin, doing him.
That's exactly what was happening tonight. Exactly.
I think we should all pause because Jank's imitations don't get a lot of compliments. So this is pretty good.
Now I have two that have worked. One is Trump, and the other is my dad.
You're right. Well, your dad.
You are your dad, yeah.
Yeah,
and also that every foreigner for a while, every foreigner from every country, whether it was from Japan or Paraguay, they had an Indian accent.
For me, and then they had a Russian accent. So the accents. So as my dad would say,
at least one more.
Yeah, as my dad would say.
Go ahead.
Let's go to the next video right away.
Perfect. So I do want to get to one more video at least, and Donald Trump's taxes came up. So during the debate, Donald Trump was confronted about the fact that he, in most years, paid nothing in taxes. And in the years where he did pay taxes, it was only $750. Let's see how that part of the debate went down.
I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years.
No.
Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid. Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody told you that. Excuse me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes.
It's just not true.
Number one.
No.
Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine.
You got more than $70 million back in a tax refund that he's now being audited for. He's such a clown.
$3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man.
That part of the debate was you're the big man. You're the big man. Baby, you're not, but you're the big man. You're the big. What is he talking about? It was amazing.
I think he has to be 10%, and he says the big man. I'm thinking the big man upstairs. I think he's talking about tithes, isn't it? And I mean, because it ties to a church.
No.
Other than that, it is absolutely the wildest thing I've ever heard, ever.
Nobody knew what he was talking about. What he was referring to was that Joe Biden, according to Tony, whatever his name was, Bob
no, I'm kidding. But it's something like that, Babalucci or Baba Fooey.
Bob Dabalina. The whole that he was referred to as the big man in that conversation. That Bobulinski said that Hunter Biden was talking that some of this has to come off to the big man, which was supposed to be Biden. There was no context for that. There was no explanation. I did a better job.
None.
Terrible job just now. So it was horrible.
It's like Trump is such a hilarious guy. He's like, remember, like Danny Bonaducci said, okay, you're the big man, I think. You're the big man, right? What are you asking him for?
But like to Michael's point, you had told us about the whole Babaluchki thing, whatever, before the debate started. But like, people don't know what that is. Like, I don't know what that is. So when he says that during the debate, the vast majority of Americans watching are like, wait, what? Wait, why is Biden the big man? What's going on?
It almost sounded like a compliment. Like if I was in the middle of a debate and somebody's like, you're the big man, right? I'm like, goddamn right I am.
How did any of this work 4 years ago? I know we already gone over this, but every time I hear this, man, I'm like, how did this work last time around? And this is one hell of a lesson for people to learn when they wanted to try something different.
Yeah. True.
Like I would ask myself that all the time. And then one time I was visiting former colleague, good friend of mine, Tom Hank, and we watched a few episodes of The Apprentice, which I had never watched, didn't care about. It's honestly, I think it's because of the way Trump was portrayed before he had any position of power. Like he was portrayed as this like strong, competent businessman who knew what he was doing. He was decisive. And then couple that with the fake populist message that he had in 2016. And I think that there were a lot of Americans who were just like willing to take a chance because he represented this unconventional, non-politician candidate that people were really curious and interested in. Anyone who was paying super close attention as we were knew he was full of it. But I think people were just willing to take a risk. And the tricks that he played back in 2016 just aren't resonating today because we've gotten 4 years of garbage. We've gotten 4 years of trash. And I think people are just smarter. They just know better. But I do want to just quickly clarify some of the statements I made in real time as that moment in the debate happened. So Trump keeps talking about how like I prepaid my taxes. No, you didn't. You didn't prepay your taxes. Trump is being audited, or the audit by the IRS is on hold while he's president. But he had been audited and will continue to be audited once he's no longer president over the $72.9 million tax refund he received in 2010. That tax refund, I mean, come on. $72.9 million. I had to look again because it shocks me every single time. He got a tax refund, and it's because of all these little tricks he tried to play with his tax returns. And as Michael Cohen, his former personal lawyer, stated under oath, he would intentionally deflate his assets in order to avoid paying taxes. And apparently in 2010, he deflated his assets to the point where he got an insane tax refund from the IRS, which is what he's being audited for.
Okay, guys, so first of all, I found the name of the guy we were searching for, Tony Bobulinski. And it really doesn't sound much better than the names we made up. But anyway, I'm not positive whether he's part of the Howard Stern's crew or not. But by the way, Donald Trump was. By the way, that was such a great statement. Somebody from Howard Stern's show said, you know, he was part of the Rat Pack, the people who were mentally damaged and they didn't realize. Sorry, Whack Pack. And they didn't realize that they were the butt of the joke. That's what always made me uncomfortable about Howard's show, right? But Trump was one of those guys, and he thought he was buddies with Howard. The whole time Howard was making fun of him because he would say these stupid things like, "Oh yeah, I avoided Vietnam, and my personal Vietnam was avoiding STDs at the sex parties," right? And everybody's laughing at him, and he thinks they're laughing with him. Anyways, by the way, speaking of how he's trash, Anna, on shoptyt.com, we have a Take the Trash Out in 2020 shirt that I love, and it's got a red hat on the trash. Check that out. Now back to the taxes. He says, I prepaid him 10 million, I think. First of all, what do you mean you think? Do you know or don't you know? Right? And he's just throwing out numbers. He didn't prepay any taxes. What he's referring to is that he asked for the refund for things he should have paid. That's why he's under audit, because he didn't prepay them. He shouldn't have gotten that $72 million. And remember his original claim that he was worth $10 billion? So now we all know he's bankrupt now, right? But if he was worth $10 billion, even if he paid $10 million in taxes, it would be minuscule, it would be nothing. That would mean that he was cheating on his taxes. And he forgot his lie. I mean, he stole so many lies, he's forgotten it. I mean, think about it, guys. $10 billion is a gigantic amount of money. The revenue that you would earn from that, 10 million in taxes would be nothing. But of course, he doesn't pay that. He pays either 0 or 750 over the last couple of years, as the New York Times proved. And of course, not only does he not have 10 billion or 1 billion, as we told you on day one, it turns out he owes $421 million. And the reason he's in such a panic is because when he loses the election, the IRS then says, give me the 72 million, and he doesn't have it, let alone his other creditors. But honestly, Biden had the best line. He just said very simply about his taxes, what are you hiding? You know, I release my taxes, you never release your taxes. So it's just a simple question, what are you hiding?
Yeah.
All right, so what do we have, 1 minute left? Okay, we have time. All right, so one quick note, guys. So there's a story about how Biden checked his watch for a long time in the middle of one of the answers. Who can blame him? I mean, when Trump said there, "Oh, you're the one making money from China," and Biden was like, I mean, just like BS is flying everywhere. He doesn't know what to do with it, right? Anyways, and then, but it reminded me of when George H.W. Bush checked his watch, and that was like the big deal out of that debate. He checked his watch for like a second, right? And Al Gore sighed. How much of a nothing burger do those things sound now after we've dealt with Trump?
Right, they sound like nothing, but they were moments that mattered then, and no moment has mattered from these debates. And so even as silly as they were, and and they were symbolic more than anything, especially with Bush checking his watch and Clinton being the young upstart and George Bush being the old guy and the throwback. I'm checking my wristwatch, got to get out of here. That whole thing, but there wasn't anything from these debates, and that to Joe Biden has to be a victory, because we know that Donald Trump can't really shock with the things he says, and he did in Cleveland the very first time he talked about Megyn Kelly, but since then nothing is shocking about Donald Trump.
Yeah, no, the one thing I'll disagree with Michael is the first debate will be remembered, and it in a sense Trump put himself away, right? Like at that point he was way behind, but he still theoretically had a chance to catch up with 3 debates left to go. But what he did was, I mean, that was the biggest mess of a debate, the worst performance probably that anybody's ever seen. And so he dug himself in a bigger hole, and this is what Trump's done his whole life. That's why we did all the Loser Donald segments. And we told you guys his #1 problem isn't even the horrific racism, etc. It's his incompetence. And God, did that come home, unfortunately, to roost on in terms of coronavirus. he just can't stop digging. So that first debate was pretty much ended the contest. Then he got coronavirus.
I agree with you, Jack. Disagree, Cenk. I do think though that even that was something you expect from Donald Trump in one way, shape, or form, not specifically, but that demeanor you do. And so that's what I'm saying. There was nothing new that happened at these debates. I don't disagree with you, and I think that it turned women off in some sense, and other voters as well, not just women, but those are the people that his campaign said that they were trying to win over. But I don't think that there's anything memorable from these debates except that was a fiasco.
Yeah, but it ended any chance of a Trump comeback, as slim as that was. And
probably, yeah.
Yeah, that first debate, nobody came out of that thinking, oh, he looks presidential, we should probably go with him again. And apparently nobody thought that after this debate either. And then, he was so careless that he got coronavirus, and he could have gotten sympathy out of that, but what did he do? He just dug deeper. And so, just keep Joe alive, that's all. Okay, and look, you guys are members, you already do plenty and we already love you. But if you could help with the tyt.com/go, that would be amazing. We'd really appreciate it. And everybody check out the Benjamin Dixon Show. It's a great program. Obviously Anna will be back tomorrow for the program. And then, my God, the debate's around the corner. I mean, the election's around the corner. Look, guys, I think at this, I already called it, so it's already over. But seriously, the lead is large enough that I have a good amount of hope that it gets called on election night. And I want you to picture the relief you'll have when you hear President Donald Trump will not be president anymore.
Hey, Cenk, I have a quick question for you before we end. So, at what point are you going to pay me the $400 you owe me for losing the bet regarding Donald Trump dropping out of the race? Is it going to be on election night? Like, should that be part of our election night extravaganza?
First of all, you owe me $1 trillion. And given what you've done in Norway, I don't think you're in a position to be asking for money. And I saw that picture you took with your dog, okay? All right? And let me tell you something else, okay? Yes, I will be paying you on election night. When he got coronavirus, I had a little bit of hope that he was gonna make it. And by the way, I'm serious, I wouldn't have paid you. And I'll tell you why, okay? Because I said he would leave because of his incompetence. He got coronavirus because of his incompetence. He's the president. How do you get coronavirus when you're surrounded by 1,000 doctors and Secret Service, etc.? And he still got it, but no, he made it. Yes, I'll definitely pay you on election night. Thanks for reminding me, I gotta go get the money.
All right, I'm ready for it.
Okay, all right guys, thank you everybody, appreciate it, and have a great night.